Hey, people. I'm gonna start very soon.
Hey,
Oh.
people.
Wait, that's me. I'm gonna start very soon. Oh no, not me. Wait, that's me. Wow. Okay, should be good. Um. And I guess that's gonna be it. Ooh. So pinged. We're gonna start very soon. I hope the room is alright. And I guess that's gonna be it. Yeah, I guess that's gonna be it. So, who mic ready? Everything ready. Game ready. Music ready. So, let's get started. We have our game. Hello people. Wait. I just need the chat. Okay, here we go. So we have the game, which is a donut, right? And it's generating and it's working. Hello, Voidelewa, how are you? Yo. We have a voxel game. As you can see, we can destroy blocks, we can place blocks, we can run around. And actually, last time I was trying to make unit tests and fix them, and my stream actually crashed and it stopped, so I just stopped there. But I basically fixed the problem, and now I'm good. How's the progress? Well, I just fixed a bug thanks to unit test last time, and as you can see, I don't go through the ground again because I have unit tests testing the conversions I do now. So that's great. That's great. And also, I think the crashes were due to not having enough memory. So what I did is I just deleted a bunch of things, and I just moved it, actually, to my external drive, and now it should be good. Hope the crash didn't cause any issues. No, it's just a stream. It's like kind of usual. What usual? Yeah. Not a big deal. But hopefully it's good now. Hopefully it's good. And now the goal is to make an inventory because we have this thing, right? We have this hotbar, but we can't actually place any cube or that kind of thing. We can't like break blocks and, you know, get their items, that kind of stuff. So the goal is to make an inventory. And I was thinking of like different ways. I actually need your opinion on something. That happens to me a lot. I can never manage my memory though. I'm always running short, but now it should be fine, I guess. For now. I have like 80 gigabytes. For now. For now. But well. Yeah, I have something to ask you. Basically, have you played Minecraft? I'm glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. That can wait. Yes, of course, since I was 8. Okay, same. Okay, so the question is, what do you think about the inventory? Because, you know, I'm making like some kind of Minecraft clone, I guess, for now. But, you know, when I was trying to... Well, when I was thinking about making an inventory, I was thinking like, maybe I should make it a bit different. And I was thinking... something I don't really like in Minecraft. Well, I don't really like, not really like, but I guess something like basically I don't want to waste players' time and make things repetitive for them. And I guess with Minecraft, you know, like you have a limited inventory size, right? And the question was, what if I made the inventory basically unlimited? Because like when it's limited like Minecraft, you have to go back, you have like to cut some wood, then you have to go back, put it in chest, go back, get some wood. It's like very like time consuming, I guess. Like just the travel. And yeah, what if I have like an infinite inventory? Do you think it would be fine? I guess basically I think there are like, like multiplayer and that kind of stuff. You sometimes want the player to go back and that kind of stuff to, like for example, when you kill someone, right? You get the items, but if your inventory is full, then you're going to let some behind. And that's like some nice effect that comes from the limit of the inventory, right? You could have it like Terraria. I've never played Terraria. I mean, yeah, I know it's like a very good reference I should reference, but basically you have like an infinite inventory, well, a very, very, very big inventory, but also some specific, like limited inventory slots, I think. Is that it? Like and it's like split in different categories and stuff, right? Infinite though, I feel like it would make it too easy. Maybe it can be optional, but not the default. Well, basically what I was thinking was, sometimes you want the player to go back to certain places, right? Like for example in multiplayer, if you want the player to gather resources, you want sometimes the player to go back to create like tension between like different players and that kind of stuff, right? But what I was thinking about was, what if it wasn't about items in the inventory? Right? Like I was thinking about the items being, you can have as many of them as you want in your inventory, but what if you had something like energy or magic that you have to gather, and that's just get generated with time, and since it gets generated with time, then from time to time you have to go back to the source to get back the magic, something like that. That would be the idea. I guess there's magic and there's also like food, for example. Like if food starts rotting after some point, right? Like if the food expires, then you have to go back to like the farm regularly, something like that. Well, depending on the food, I guess, because some might, stay, well, healthy for like longer time, right? Like if you make pasta, for example, I don't know, but you can keep it with you, for example, right? I was thinking about that kind of stuff because I think like having a limited amount of, well, like I guess a limited amount of resources and having to go back to take those resources can be important, but it doesn't have to be the items. Maybe it depends on some mods the player would choose. It could, but like, well, I feel like if you have the opportunity to have an infinite inventory, like you wouldn't really, limit it on purpose. It's more like the keep inventory option. Yeah, but I mean the keep inventory is a bit different though, right? That doesn't prevent you from, going back to like your chest every 5 minutes if you're cutting wood, right? Well, maybe not 5 minutes, but something I don't like with Minecraft also is that, you have like different kinds of woods, for example, but they don't stack together, so it's taking more and more space in your inventory. And like it's the same with like the diorite, with like stone, diorite, andesite, that kind of stuff, right? Like it doesn't stack, and I don't know how I could make it better. But if you have basically, I think the problem with Minecraft is that if you have a limited size in your inventory, then having very similar types of blocks is bad for the game. This categorization issue is awful. Maybe having an inventory limited for each category. An inventory limited for each category. Like, yeah. Like I was thinking maybe instead of an amount, you have a limit of waste, right? You can have this. Like limit of waste per category, I don't know. Limited for each category. That could be possible. That depends on what you mean by category. If it's too general or not. It's really a complex issue. Yeah. It's really a complex issue. I was also thinking, you know, like sometimes you have some inventories in games where your items have like some shape and you have to fit the items in the inventory, right? But in my case, I don't really want that. I don't want the inventory to be too, you know, complicated, and it's not like part of the, you know, like the game. It's not part of the challenge. That's what depends on what you mean by yeah. So that's why I was hesitating between like something more like Minecraft and limited, or maybe something a bit more infinite. But yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I could just maybe have something like Minecraft, but with more slots and more stacking too. Well. Oh yeah, I guess you have the categorization. Because I guess one of the things I want in my game also is like vehicles. And if you can make vehicles to transport stuff, it can be good too. More slots doesn't fix the issue on its own. Yeah, it's just it's just slowing down the issue, you could say. Well, yeah. Because the thing is, like, if you can craft, in my game, you're supposed to be able to make your own weapons, for example, right? So obviously they won't be able to stack, like Minecraft. And like, if you have a lot of different things you craft that might not be weapons, that have to be unique, then it's like kind of complicated too, right? Like, the inventory of Minecraft wouldn't be big enough. There are a bunch of mods for Minecraft inventory that you could take inspiration from. Oh, that's a good idea. I didn't know there were like mods that were changing the inventory in Minecraft. I did take a lot of inspiration from like generation mods, but Minecraft inventory mod. What a good idea. What a good. I mean, yeah, there's like the sorting. I guess if I had like an infinite inventory, I want it to be, you know, sortable. But add simple bags. I don't like the adding, I don't like the adding bag things because it's basically items you can't see, right? It's like a cheap way to cheat, I feel like, more than really improving the inventory. Auto inventory sorter. Wait. Inventory convenience. Wait. Wait. Sorting and management. Okay. Mouse control and quality of life. Display. Dash retention. Keeps an inventory. Okay. Mod that changes the inventory. I want to change it. Wait, what's that? Oh, that's just the same. Yeah, it's basically not changing how it really works. And I mean, that makes sense. That would be a lot of work. Wait, what's that? More stuff. Hmm. Oh, Repet! OMG, finally a boring stuff. What do you mean a boring stuff? Like, not games. Yeah, so Repet, the question was, have you played Minecraft? Like inventory. A bit, okay. So the question is, for my game, do I want an inventory like Minecraft, or do I want an infinite inventory? Because you know how you have to remove things from your inventory from time to time in Minecraft, because it's like full and like you have to go back to your base, go back to your chests and that kind of stuff, right? I guess it being limited is like kind of good in a way. Depends, but yeah. I don't remember. I played Minecraft when it was first alpha or something. Whoa, that's a long time ago. You know what? I'm gonna GPT it. So, Minecraft-like game. Should I have an inventory like Minecraft? Can I submit my game here? Wait. Oh no! Oh sorry! No, that's just my bad. It's not GMTK anymore. I'm sorry. My bad. I have to change the name of the stream. Sorry. So yeah, I'm not playing GMTK games anymore. I guess last time was the last time. I'm against Minecraft inventory visuals though. Oh, why is that? 15 years ago. Oh. Should I have an inventory like Minecraft's or an infinite inventory? Tell me all the pros and cons of having a limited inventory like Minecraft's. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I don't like them, okay. So the pros, exploration requires planning, I guess. Gives value to bases. Yeah, I guess that's the most important point, right? That would be what I would think about. Vehicles become valuable. I mean, I'm planning to have vehicles. So that's why I'm not sure. Logistics become gameplay. Yeah, I'm not really sure I want. Wow. Well, I mean, this feels valuable. What do you mean? Finding diamonds is exciting because you have to throw away cobblestone. What do you mean? Specialization. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would say that's well, I'm not sure. Give meaning to inventory upgrades. Maybe I want an inventory upgrade or something. Prevents hoarding. I don't want hoarding. I mean, I might want to slow down the player, maybe. So I was looking at a bunch of inventory mods too, and a lot are just focused on expanding that the already existing spaces. So I don't think I found anything useful. Yeah, it's usually just sorting, I would say, and like filtering and stuff, from what I know. Makes resources gathering slower. What do you mean? If I can carry a lot of blocks, then gathering resources becomes trivial. I don't want it to be a chore. So I'm not sure about that. Makes death meaningful. Yeah, it does like something else. Exclamation valuable. I mean vehicles. Create emergent gameplay. I'll make a chest here. Come back later. The cons, rearranging, interrupts exploration, punishes builders. Yeah, that's what I was mainly thinking about. Punishes collectors, I guess. Encourages junk chests. Yep. What if instead of infinite it's expandable? What do you mean by that? Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I wanted to do, but like expandable as in you can upgrade it through the game, or as in it's like getting expanded for every item you get. I guess it's not. It would be infinite then. Yeah, what do you mean by expandable? Like, do you need like? Wait, that's. Oh wait. What if you have like to spend magic to? Oh, magic! Yeah, like in isekai, right? In isekai animes and mangas, you have an alternate pocket dimension to like store your items. Maybe you can have something like that. Well, I mean, I guess that would be like the pouch in Minecraft. But I mean, yeah, I guess we can have something like that. That could be an idea. Yeah, this is a problem. Encourages destroying items. Can discourage exploration. Multiplier imbalance. Can become repetitive. Yeah, it is. That's what I don't like. But slots not waste. Hybrid systems. Okay, I was thinking about something. Yeah, an idea like an ender chest that you can access from your person. Yeah, okay, we're thinking about the same thing then. Well, no, because I wasn't thinking about that before you said it, so I actually have an idea. And it might be, let me paint. So, player inventory Minecraft. Let's say you have this as the default inventory, okay? Maybe it's gonna be a bit bigger, maybe, you know, it's gonna be a bit different, but let's say you have this default inventory. Maybe something you can have is yeah, the painting board, yeah. Is basically you have another inventory there, right, where you can like move items and stuff, but like this inventory would cost you know, magic or like mana or like something, like health or like something, right? It would cost something. Hey, calculus! And like every time you would use this inventory, that would mean like reducing you know, your power, right? So that way, if you want to build, right, and you need a lot of blocks, you know, maybe you can use this inventory, right? And it wouldn't be a problem. If you're exploring, it's like the same thing, but like the more you would use this inventory, the more dangerous it would be. But you wouldn't be limited. Hello, the subject that I got B+ in this semester. Calculus. Oh. I wish I knew more calculus. That's an option too. I think I really like this option. Thank you a lot for giving me the idea. But yeah, what would be the price? And when? Like, is it when you move an item? Is it when you store an item? When is it? So let me. I actually have a document to think about that kind of things. Inventory. Here we go. So we have Minecraft inventory. That's like the first option. Let's remove this. Wait. Ah! I guess I close it. Minecraft inventory. Well, I mean, I guess it's, well. Basically, we have this. This is the first option. And it's basically limited in size, right? Free to use. Then we have infinite inventory, basically. And then we have limited inventory, well, Minecraft inventory, plus Magic Pocket, Space Pocket. Exactly, I was just gonna say some players could be more interested in other aspects of the game. They may not be interested in Magic, same as some players aren't interested in redstone or survival. Yeah. How they would explaining it be? Yeah, I guess that would be the thing. I wouldn't really say expanding, but it needs some cost, so, well, we have to think about that. I don't think I'm gonna make it... Well, I think I'm gonna make it available by default, right? But, yeah, we have to think about the resources using. So, there's a default Minecraft inventory. But at any time, the player can use an extra inventory that costs something / a resource. Magic, health, something, right? Okay, so now let's think about it. Yeah, thinking is hard. So, okay, so when does it cost something? And what does it cost? So when does it cost? We have when adding an item in the inventory, when removing an item from the inventory, potentially, right? They're like possibilities. And we have, I don't know. So does that mean it can be grinded and expanded virtually forever? So say they need to expand it in survival modes. What maximum would they be given in creative? What maximum in creative? Wait. I guess I wouldn't really talk about... So basically in a lot of games, you have to pay something to unlock more slots forever, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a cost that would be passive, well, passive. You know, kind of like passive, I would say. Like, yeah, like for every second an item is in use, for example. Well, is in there, right? So it's not like you pay something to unlock something. It's you pay something to use it. And I mean, I guess you could have like a lot of points, right? Like magic, for example. So I mean, I guess in that way that could be forever. But I mean, well, I guess it can depend. Like instead of scaling, it's like 3 points for every item. You could have it be For the first 50 items, it's 3 points. For the next 50 items, it's 10 points, and you can like scale it. So you would have like a limit, I guess. Well, a practical limit. Like an XP level type of... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, the XP is like a nice comparison. Wait, that can be a... Oh. Yeah, what if it was experience? Actually, yeah, I was gonna say, if you get more experience, you unlock more slots, but then it wouldn't be about that, right? Well, but yeah, you can have something like that, like maybe because I guess the problem is if you consume things passively, if you consume the resources passively, that means at some point it's gonna remove items automatically, right? So if consuming passively, that means at some point some items might be thrown out automatically, right? Which is like not really good. So what we can have instead is when we add an item to that space, right? To that extra space, then it consumes experience, for example. Like something you can earn like very easily, like by killing monsters or that kind of stuff. What do you think about that? In that way, when you get ready like for exploration or like for killing a boss or something like that, then you want to remove a lot of items to be able to stock a lot more, to not consume experience. Imagine if the inventory space can be its own currency, like how we use diamond. Oh wait a second. That could be fun. I guess the problem is that can you exchange it with like other players? I guess you could just follow another player with like your full inventory. But can you exchange experience in that case? I guess that would be the question. Well, if you die. Like Tiff in Warhammer. Tiff. I haven't played Warhammer. Is that Tiff? Oh, it's a currency, okay. Oh. Very common, practically worthless to other races. Not to them, have been known to steal, loot, or plunder the wealth of other races. Wait, what is that? How is that used? Oh, thieves! Oh! Yeah, okay. Yeah, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, it's a river. Oh, okay. Oh, so thieves. Okay. So, like, you beat people and you have thieves. And okay. I see. I'm gonna give you more context. I read about it when reading about the whole unicorn currency debate for Minecraft currencies. Unicorn currency. Yeah, I guess with Minecraft, like, you don't really know what kind of currency you should use, like emerald and that kind of stuff. Like, I guess in custom servers you might have, like, points instead. But yeah, it's, like, not the best. I mean, I think for Minecraft, that kind of sucks. But like, basically in real life, money is worth it because you can't print it because there's like, you can identify it, right? Because you have like some custom things on it to know that it's real money. Like theoretically in Minecraft, you could have the same with books because you can sign them. So you can't, create more books arbitrarily. But that means you need a bank, right? Wait, it's too long for Twitch chat. I'll send it on Discord, okay? But yeah, you can't stack books, so that's kind of a pain. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's fun. And that would make so much sense for orcs. Like, they beat people. Well, they beat people up so they can earn money. Okay, so the message is the obvious unicorn currency is that of the orcs from Warhammer 40k. I will explain and end with an example I would think would be fitting. Let me copy all of that actually, so you can read it. Here we go. No, we don't. Wait, that's a lot. Wait a second. Wait. Wait, activating. Why? Wait a second. I can't just copy and paste? What? Oh, it was loading. Wait, what's that? Wait, that sucks. What the fuck? Anyway. So let's say, okay, copy and paste, good. I have it. Some person smarter than me, okay. Okay, so here we go. You see, orcs trade teeth, aka teeth. These teeth can either be their own or that of another orcs. This has a few benefits. Orcs have universal income. That's like crazy. Yeah, I guess you can see it that way. Orcs regrow teeth all their lives, or their lives. So if an orc needs some basic necessity like food or housing, they can always knock out their own. If they want more teeth than they need, they can either accumulate their own teeth or knock out another orcs. This both requires substantial effort and risk with the orc involved. Teeth are inflation proof. Orc teeth are, after all, teeth. They go bad and rot if not preserved in some way, which requires resources, meaning it's hard to stockpile a significant amount of wealth without having to pay up costs on that wealth to keep it from literally rotting away from your wallet. Okay? It also makes it harder for any single orc to get ridiculously rich, and easier for orcs new to the business to climb the ranks. What is this? Teeth have uses beyond currency. They will often use teeth to create jewelry and other adornments such as charms for themselves. Since this use is cosmetic, this means teeth ain't massively useful for one or two items, but instead broadly useful on a lower level, in a way that keeps demand for teeth steady. Since teeth also rots, anything made with them isn't necessarily permanent and will likely not even last the orc's full lifetime, meaning the same orc will have demand for teeth outside of currency all their lives. I'm not sure about that. But, okay. So to recap, unicorn currency must have baked in universal income, with an easy way to obtain small amounts for necessities such as food and housing. Okay. Well, inflation proofing with a built-in anti-hoarding system that makes it hard to impossible to hold into large amounts past a certain point. Basically, like having a cost past a certain point, well, it's basically taxes, right? Basic, broad, repeatable, used outside of its function as a currency. One that the player will almost always have a desire for. I propose hard points. Oh, hard points. Yeah, I mean hard points. I mean, I guess a lot of games do that. Hard points can be gained by damaging yourself or a player. Oh, they can. Hard points start falling apart within around a Minecraft day. They do? Wait, making it hard to stockpile. Wait, that would be... Wait, so your currency would be hurt? Like, wait. Well, I mean, that makes sense in a lot of games, but like in a Minecraft kind of game? And they would rot away? It's like more of the thing, right? If it was just a currency, it would be fine. But like rot away? That would be fun. Making it hard to stockpile them and drive up inflation. I mean, the problem with Minecraft is that means you are constraining your players to do something specific, right? That means any player can earn a small amount of hard points by damaging themselves. Oh, no, they're points. Right, okay, wait. Okay, kind of get it. It's like points, right? It's like not the same as your health, because you can damage yourself to get them. I'm glad I saved that piece of literature. Yeah. Keeping the principle of universal income. Yeah, I mean that's not bad. To make things interesting, we changed the health and the mending system. Health regenerates now ludicrously slow unless special methods like health potions are used. Mending only functions for a limited time when a player spends health points in an anvil with a mending item. Wait, is that for Minecraft? Is that about Minecraft? I guess yeah, right? Because potions, mending, that's what's for Minecraft servers. Oh, okay. This both ensure farming for hard points is capped, and that hard points have a use outside of currency that keeps them in high demand. Minecraft servers that have trading systems got it. Okay. What I don't like is how you have to take your own health to get more points, because I feel like if you have like the maximum like there are like two possibilities. One, you have an infinite amount of health, and that would just suck, right? Or two, it's like capped, and you have to take your life yourself. I don't think that should be the case. I think your points should increase passively in that case. I mean, that's possible. So, okay. To make things interesting, we changed the health and the mending system. Health regenerates now. This both ensure farming for hard points is capped, and that hard points have a use outside of currency that keeps them in high demand. Menu this stuff or for more endgame systems. Yeah. Yeah, because it's like more for trading and stuff, right? More than the inventory and stuff. But that's fine to me. I mean, I like it. I like it a lot, and I think we can use it for the inventory. This both to keep respawn farms from being a thing. What? Respawn farms? Why would you do that? Oh, right, because you regenerate your health. Dying while having hard points on you will always subtract more hard points than your health bar was worth. Yeah, that makes sense. Making it impossible to gain hard points by killing yourself over and over again. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a very good idea. So if we think about it, then it consumes experience. Okay. Well, it's a resource, right? So what does it cost? I think when adding an item makes sense. Adding an item makes sense. Now, what does it cost? So what we can have is points. I'm not gonna call that half health, right? But points. Let's call it. How can we call that? Because like health points sounds like, you know, just your health. So I don't really like that. Like we can call it like blood, maybe. Blood could be nice. You're paying with blood. And like your pocket, your magic pocket is actually like you know, a demon that takes care of like your items. Stuff like that. That's why you pay with blood. That sounds cool. So what you have is how to get blood by killing player. Well, by killing players. Passively when your health is full. Well, when your health is full. Regeneration based. Playing with your blood and sweat, literally. Yeah, I guess. So by killing players, passively by regenerating. And that means if it's by regeneration passively, that means it's like useless. Like if you die, then I mean it's kind of useless, right? As in, if you keep your points when you die, do you keep your points when you die? I'm not sure about that. Like your blood is gonna get, well, other players are going to get your blood, right? So I'm not sure about that. But let's say you keep your blood, right? You can't farm it because you can't take your own health to get blood. You have to, you know, it's like based with regeneration when it's full. So that would be a fix, you can say. So passively, okay. So when killing other creators too. I can take my own health. The last few lines talked about that. Yeah. I know. But I'm not sure about that. Well, it depends. So, yeah, I know. You can subtract, I know. But I'm not sure about that. Because, I mean, it can be more interesting to lose everything. Right? Oh, no, there's a problem with that. No, there's a problem with that. If it's a currency you can exchange, then what if a player... I mean, in this case, right? What if a player dies on purpose, then gives the points, then dies again? You can't subtract because it would go into the negatives, right? So you can still farm it, so that doesn't work. The system doesn't work. But if it's regeneration based, then it's fine. Because like losing health doesn't really... Actually, never mind, if you hit other players... Well, I mean, I guess you can... Yeah, I guess you can kill players again and again and have them respawn. But I guess in that case, that would be just steal their blood. So that way you can't... Like, it doesn't matter if you, like, just kill the same person again and again. Because in the end, you would just, you know, steal the same amount. Right? Because they would lose all their blood. Right? Something like that. Anyways, so when killing other creatures... Killing or attacking? Attacking can be a thing too. So when killing / attacking other creatures. What about if you want to... I mean, if you want to mine, I guess you can just kill monsters in the caves. That also exists. That's also possible. Or also you can have... maybe you can increase your blood with magic, maybe? Right? So that way you're not limited to having to fight mobs and stuff. Like, you want to provide different ways for players to get blood. potentially. That could be a different way. Or like increase the rate you're on it. And I guess one of the points of this is that you lose them with time, right? With the teeth. Inflation proof. I'm not well, uses beyond currency. I mean, for the inventory, right? So they would have a use, a very simple use. So universal, yeah, you can earn it passively. Inflation proofing. So a way to prevent hoarding. Thief rots. Yeah. Was about to ask about magic. Yeah. I'm not sure yet, but yeah. Because I guess the thing is, if your blood runs out, well, if your blood is supposed to be time limited, then what if instead you stock magic and then you use it all at once to have like a lot of blood, right? That would basically go around the inflation thing. And are used for more than just trading. Jewelry. Yeah. In that case, jewelry could be inventory space. Yeah, I agree with that. I guess I'm more thinking about this and if it's necessary about the inflation thing. Preventing players from having too much. Do I want to make the points rot with time? I'm not sure. Basic broad repeatable use outside of its function as a currency. Yeah. Okay, so this is good, this is fine. And yeah, this... Okay, let's think about inflation instead of making them disappear with time. What is the problem with inflation? Is that you want people to... What was it again? Wait, what's the problem with inflation? Is that you want people to spend their money, I guess? Oh no, it's that you would get more and more... Yeah, okay, yeah. Is that you get more and more money, right? And that means money becomes useless at one point, because since you have more and more, then, you know, like, relatively, it's like, it sucks after that. I mean, players mess up naturally, so there you go. Space for error. No need for natural rot, I guess. I would say it depends. It depends on the circumstances, but they don't have to mess up. Like, what if you have a single player that takes care of hoarding the blood, and that stays in the safe place, and you have like other players kill creatures and farm the blood, and that go back to that guy to get killed, to, you know, like basically gather the blood in a single player, into a single player. That stays safe. Basically, the player would be the bank. And that would suck because that player would basically do nothing. Well, I guess he could like construct things and stuff, but I'm thinking about multiplayer things because there's like some things we might not think about. Like, you know, if you have like something like Fallen Kingdom, right? Or like multiplayer kind of events. Well, I don't have like very specific examples, but I think, I guess you want to prevent hoarding. But instead of having be lost passively, I think, as you said, players messed up naturally. I think we might want to, I think it's not about messing up, but we do want them to spend blood naturally. I guess with inventory it would be like kind of like that already, but let me think about it. What if we have a limit of blood? Well, then that would be the same as limiting the inventory, right? We need the whole social experiment to know better. Yeah, I'm gonna make my own social experiment in Minecraft. I mean, I did that. I did do communism in Minecraft. Like, I made a mod to share your inventory, your health points, and basically everything between players. And we had like a small server where, you know, people could just join, and that was kind of hard. But it was kind of good at the same time, because like when someone was mining, if that someone just broke their pickaxe, then like someone else at the surface could just craft a new one. Since the inventory was shared. And like we didn't have a space problem either, because people at the surface could just put the stuff in chests, right? I guess that would solve like everything I'm actually currently thinking about. Communism is a solution. Yo, cost flame. Wrong timing. Wrong timing. Great timing. You know what? Clip it. Clip it. I don't know how to do that. But, what are you doing? Well, thanks for the follow, you know. Just talking about communism and that kind of... But basically, okay. So we have a game that is like Minecraft. We have this, right? It's a voxel game where you are on a planet. That is going to be multiplayer in the future. And the question is, I was thinking about making the inventory. And the question is, what kind of inventory do I want? Do I want something like Minecraft with a limited amount of slots? Or do I want something a bit, infinite, an infinite inventory? Or do I want something a bit different, right? And yeah, I guess that's the question. And we came up to some system that was using blood. Where are you from? I'm from France. France. So I apologize for my accent. But yeah. And yeah, basically... Bro, your accent's so bad. What do you mean my accent's so bad? Like my English accent, America, shut man. I don't even know if I have to take it seriously or not. I can't understand you. Oh, you can't. I mean, get good. Good enough. Anyways, I'm gonna skip. So, that did good. You can increase your blood with magic, or increase the rate you earn it. Right, blood, right? We have a new person that might provide us some blood in the chat, but but no, let's think about right. So. So, you can have some extra space that would cost blood. You can get that blood by killing people and stuff, but how do you prevent inflation? Right? How do you prevent inflation? That's the problem. What are you trying to do in the game? What are you trying time to do? What are you trying time do? Oh, you're the one who doesn't have a good writing accent. I'm the one who does. Yeah, same. Same. What's your objective? Making an inventory for now. But the goal is to have a game like Minecraft, where you would have vehicles and stuff, and like different planets. This is rage bait, maybe. Maybe it's rage bait. That's fine. That's fun. I don't rage. I mean, it's funny sometimes. I don't rage, I only bait. Ooh. How do you prevent inflation? Well, basically, okay, let's talk about the problem. Problem. If there is too much blood, then the currency becomes worth less and less, right? It's basically inflation. Then another problem is, well, I mean, I guess that I would say that's the main problem. Bye, bro, I gotta sleep. Okay, bye-bye. A hard condition, I guess. So, ways to solve it. Remove blood. Or increase the blood you earn relatively to the inflation. That's what we do, like, in the real world, right? Like, we produce more money. Well, we produce more money, so there is inflation. So you get paid more, right? That's how you do it in real life. And remove blood is like more like make blood expire, right? So you have two potential ways to solve it. And this way would be remove blood is more appealing. Yeah, I agree. Because you want, like for example, if some random person starts watching your stream, right? Then you want to know what the blood is worth. Be right back. Okay, so yeah. So increasing the amount you earn is not the best. Well, means it becomes difficult to know what blood is worth at a random point in time. Like when a new viewer watches you, right? So basically, make blood expire is probably the best solution. But that kind of sucks too. Kind of sucks. I mean, can you store blood somewhere? Because if you store it in players, then it kind of sucks. So you probably have some place to store blood. And you would need that place to consume blood passively. So you want the blood to expire. So now the question is then, how? When? So, I mean, I guess as you use your inventory, right? As I just said. But I'm not sure about that. You can have a single player hoard the blood. That's what I'm thinking about, because I don't want the game to become bad for like one player. Like to have a bot do that. Yeah, I'm back, welcome back. So, how to solve inflation? What a word. What a thing to say. I'm hiding from my parents. Oh, why? Why is that? Because if it's only when you use the inventory, then that doesn't really work. When does it expire? Maybe you can... Right. It doesn't have to expire. It can just be... You earn less and less. Oh. That can be an idea. But then that means you have a limited amount of space in your inventory, doesn't it? What are you thinking at? So basically, Ropet, we had an idea. We had a project. We had a plan for the inventory. And the idea is, what if you have an inventory like Minecraft, but you have an extra... Let me show you. You have an extra pocket here, right? Space pocket, that is potentially infinite, as long as you pay the price for it. And the price would be something like blood, that you can earn passively, or you can also earn by attacking other creators or kill them. But then we need a way to prevent inflation. We need a way to solve inflation. Because basically, if the player earns blood passively, that means you can just like save up more and more blood, right? Increase price exponentially. Well, for the inventory, right? I could do that. But you can still store the blood ahead of time. With the amount of stored blood. Yeah, you can do that for the inventory. But you can still save up blood like ahead of time and have like a lot of blood. Also, for example, hey, Axaver. And like for example, for currency, like if you want to use blood as a currency, you don't need to use. Well, you actually don't need. You're not forced to use extra space. So the question is, if you have a multiplayer world with like different players, you might want to use blood for, you know, as a currency. And how do you prevent inflation? Because the more time, well, the more time goes on, the more blood you're gonna get. Increase prices exponentially. But then, I mean, if you just increase prices, well, if you just increase prices, then that means players that don't have, like, what do you mean? Like, increase them through time or through the use of inventory slots? Yeah, you said that. Like, if you increase the cost through time, that means you also need to increase the income, right? That's what you do in real life. That's like one of the solutions. But then the problem with that would be that, you know, if like someone watches you out of nowhere, like watches your game, that means you don't know the price of, you don't know the value of blood at a certain time. Well, You don't know the value of blood at a specific point in time. So that's why I was more thinking about making blood expire. Now I got sleep, or I might get caught. Oh, okay. Is it about your game? Yeah, it is about my game. It's about the inventory. Still. Right, because you have the game. I actually fixed the problems I had with, like the bugs I had last time. So now we are thinking about the inventory. Blood as currency. Yeah, basically, it's about the inventory, right? So the possibilities are something like Minecraft, with a limited amount of slots, which would kind of suck because like sometimes in Minecraft we don't have like enough slots. Like if you want to build things, right? You want a lot of slots. You don't want to go back to your chests to find back stuff, right? And what if blood is limited? Yeah, that would be, well, limited weight. Like capped, like with a maximum. I was thinking about, well, having you earn less and less blood instead. But wait, and you need to eat fruits to get blood. And you need to grow food. And fertilize the soil. Well, that wouldn't prevent the problem. That wouldn't prevent the problem of hoarding blood. Like hoarding currencies. Well, I mean, technically that means... Wait, technically you can always hoard it though. Kind of. Because if you have like a regeneration potion, or... How do you gain it? So... Well... Okay, let me just explain from the beginning. The idea would be you have a basic inventory like Minecraft, but you have an extra space pocket that is infinite, where you can put more items. But when you put more items in there, you have to pay a resource. Right? And you have to pay a price. And that price would be blood that you can get by like killing enemies, like monsters or like other players. Or that you would get also passively when your health is full, when you are regenerating. Like instead of regenerating hearts, you are getting blood. That was the base idea, I would say. But the problem is, let's say blood is money, right? The goal is to prevent inflation. And well, basically inflation is the more money you have, the less that money is important, right? Like if a lot of players have a lot of blood, an infinite amount of blood, let's say, let's say they have like a very, very high amount of blood, then that means that money becomes kind of useless. Because you can exchange like, well, basically that rich player could exchange like, could get anything with what they have. Like if everyone becomes like very rich, then a new player, like maybe you can increase the cost of things depending on like the amount of blood they have. That's like how the world currently works. But then that means a new player that would just start the game will have nothing. And that will also mean that new people that watch the stream, for example, or like, you know, videos and that kind of stuff, wouldn't know the value of blood. And if you run out of blood, you drop the items. I'm not sure about that. Well, basically, if you only pay blood when you add the item into your pocket inventory, that means you basically can't run out of blood as long as if you don't have any more blood, the items will still be there because you already added them and it doesn't cost anything once they're there. That's why it's like when adding the item, not like passively or like when moving them. That's why you're keeping the items, because like dropping the items automatically would suck, right? Like from practical perspective, right? From a practical standpoint. I mean, this isn't my genre, but this sounds kinda gimmicky with the item for blood. Unless maybe you pay with reduced max blood. What do you mean item for blood? Unless maybe you pay with reduced max blood. Pay with reduced max blood. Like, oh, like you reduce the maximum. But well, basically that means at one point you would have like 0 blood, right? Item slot for blood is the idea, no? No, it's not item slot. It's when you add a new item. It's not unlocking a slot. It's not about unlocking a new slot that you can use whenever you want. It's when you add a new item there. And then you become more glass cannon instead, maybe? What? Like, if you remove all of the items from your extra inventory, and you add new items there, then it would cost again. So it's like item waste, but you pay in HP. I mean, it wouldn't be HPs directly, but yeah. Like, it's not HP, it's like extra points. But you pay in HP. Well, like item waste. I mean, it sounds a bit different to me, but maybe you're like kind of thinking about it. Yeah, well, I'm not sure. It's basically, let's say you are, let's say you're playing the game, okay? What is HP, no? No. It's like another point system on top of that. If your HPs are full, then the regeneration would get you blood instead. So it's like stamina? Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, you can say that. But the difference is that you can get blood by attacking enemies and like killing them. And like, you know, like just get it from like a different amount of ways. And I guess you could get more blood than what you would, you know, usually get. Like you don't have a limit of blood. Like usually in games you have a limit of stamina, right? You wouldn't have a limit of blood. Well, you wouldn't have a theoretical limit of blood. But I guess the goal is to have a limit through like maybe time, right? Like with, well, by having it expire to prevent inflation. But the question is, how do we limit the blood? I guess that's the question. Because if we just cap it to a maximum, then I mean we're probably going to have like items to store blood. And in that way there wouldn't be like a limit. So we would still have inflation. What else is it used for other than item waste? Item waste. Well, it's not really item waste, but it's like having extra... Well, obtaining extra items. But other than that, you can use it like for exchanging stuff, for example. Or maybe you can use it for, I don't know, weapons to increase your strength, something like that. Like if you have a strength that uses blood to deal more damages, right? I guess we can use it in, you know, a lot of ways. Oh, I have an idea. What else is it used? Never mind. Um, okay, I might have an idea. So, well, the first ID from the other guy will be one, have it rot away with time. There's a base item carry capacity and base attacks, but you can use blood like mana to have better ones. Yeah, kind of. I guess. I guess. I guess it can work like similarly to mana in some ways. Or like, yeah. Base item carry capacity. Yeah, you're right with that. And base attack, yeah, you're right with that. Can blood like mana to have better ones. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think you're right. Well, yeah, basically you're right. Like base attacks, like improving base attacks is not like the end goal, but it's like one of the possibilities you can have. Right? So you can have it right away with time, or you can also have it get spent like on a blood moon, on a blood moon. Well, have it get down automatically on a blood moon. Right, that could be a possibility. So that's why instead of having it be lost like every second, right? Instead of like rotting it every second, it would be about blood moons, and it would be like intervals. That could be an idea, but I feel like it would be too what? Too specific. And like limit games, like limits mini games and that kind of stuff in some way. But we wouldn't have the problem with that. The problem with rotting through time is we don't want a counter for each blood you get, right? For each blood point you get. The player is not going to look at it, right? Individually if we do. And the second one would be to lose it like with time, I guess. Well, like periodically. And what about that? I noticed many people enjoy hoarding items, so it might be an uncomfortable mechanic. What do you mean by that? That's the point. The point is to hoard items. The point is that you can use that to hoard items. When you are forced to spend blood, otherwise you lose it. You lose. It might be stressful. Yeah, I can understand. Let me put it somewhere. If the blood... Oh, that would... Well... Wait. Well, I mean, it depends, right? Because it's not a problem about this, really. Like, inflation is that, right? In a way. Like, if you have points, you're gonna have inflation anyways. If you don't have a limit. And if you have inflation, that means your points are worth less and less. I guess that would be in a multiplayer setting. So that, that's kind of forcing the player to spend, I would say. Because the money is gonna get, like, worth less and less. But I do understand what you mean. And I think it's different because in one case, you don't lose the money you have. You lose the value it has. So the player doesn't really realize it. Well, I mean, it's like the case in real life, right? So like the person, like people don't really realize that. Yeah, I'm sorry for making you conscious about your money losing value with time. Yeah, inflation is more abstract than a cutoff date. Yeah. You're right with that. So instead of reducing, maybe you want to prevent getting more. But if you use something like, a curve, then you can just store it somewhere, like in an extra container, and you can still hold it like that. So that's like a complicated topic. There are many people who are obsessed with achievements. I'd rather make a quasi-infinite way to spend blood. But then that makes blood kind of useless, right? Well, you want to be able to make it quasi-infinite, right? But what? I don't know. Let me think. No, because you want to get on-demand blood level, and then God blood level or something. I mean, yeah, but that means blood isn't really worth it anymore. Well, that means you can't use blood, for example, to exchange things. Like, if you want to get more and more blood, then like, you're not using it, right? Too. Well, I guess there's that too. And like, if you start interacting with like other players, then it's, it's like not fitting. If you want to be on top, you need to hoard blood. That would be the logic. Yeah, that would be the logic. Yeah. That's the problem. But maybe something else would be more fitting. I mean, yeah, that's basically the problem we try to solve. Like, that's the problem, I would say. Like, I guess it can depend on what you really want. But, hey. Basically, if you have, like, let's imagine you have a server, right? Where you can hoard blood, right? That means you have, like, one player that is, like, very, very, very strong with a lot of blood. It can go, like, scale up infinitely, right? The problem, yeah, I do remember you. The problem would be that this player can become so strong, can have so much blood, that basically nobody can kill that player. That's the problem. That's why you want to, like in real life, you have like taxes to get money from rich people, I guess. And they still get a lot of money and, scale up, but they still have taxes. And, that would be a way to prevent stagnation. Other games solve that by having seasons. What do you mean by that? By seasons? By seasons, do you mean basically something that resets the amount of blood, for example? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's basically what I'm talking about then. Have it get consumed automatically, like periodically, right? Like in your case, like periodically is like the season. So that will be the same thing. So we're coming to the same conclusion. Okay, we're coming to the same conclusion. Good. I wasn't thinking about seasons, but that's basically the same conclusion. And you create a season leaderboard and stuff. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. So, example. I'm just gonna add your example because it's like a really good example. In other games, you have seasons, and points get reset at the start of each season. Like League of Legends, right? With like your ranking, for example, every year. It's not money, but yeah. Yeah, it sounds good to me. Sounds very good to me. Okay. Maybe we don't want to reset to like 0, but I mean, it depends, I guess. Yeah, it depends. It depends. It's like an implementation detail. Okay, yeah. Periodically then, I guess. Well, we're coming to that conclusion. And yeah, well, the question is, do we want to remove like all points? Or do we want to... Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm actually... I also had to think about this in my game. Throw out mechanics that would require too much calculations. And because of that, it wouldn't be too fun. Well, it wouldn't be fun. Yeah. Like, if it's too much of a problem, like, if it's something that the player has to think about every 3 seconds, then if you don't build like the whole game around it, then it's probably going to be a bit, you know, like suck a bit. The problem is that if the period is too, like, takes too much time, then I'm not sure. Does it make sense to spend the blood now, or should I save it? Yeah, I mean, I guess there's that. I mean, I guess something else. Like, if you don't know, like, yeah, the question is, should you know when the season ends, like when the blood moon comes, or should it be like random, kind of? Because if it's random, then you don't really have the stress, or like it becomes kind of risk versus reward, right? I guess it depends. Well, it depends how much you use the blood. What else can you do with the blood? I mean, for now it was just a way to, you know, to think about the inventory. So for now, there isn't really like a list of things, you know, we can do. But we can potentially use it for a lot of things. Instead of resetting, we can have something like middle class. I was thinking about like new players are new, so they don't have a lot. Then you have the middle class, and then you have like people that get rich. But the blood moon would equalize things to the middle class instead of resetting the money. Well, It wouldn't be, never mind. Well, redistribute, maybe? Maybe not. Reset. Maybe remove past a limit, yeah? I'm not sure. Maybe it wouldn't be, well, it could be periodic. It could be periodic, but not with time, but with the amount of blood. The idea of season, like in Path of Exile, is a competitive setting. If you only have half reset, it loses the fair play aspect. Yeah, well, that's why it wouldn't be half. Because half would still mean you can scale up. But it's more about resetting it to a certain amount of like points, or like having a capped limit or something like that. I'm not sure. So, or maybe you can also have it, maybe not total amount of blood, let me think. No. I'm back, welcome back. Yeah, maybe. So, okay, I basically, Ele, what to tell you, we had basically an idea, kind of, and that would be to prevent inflation. You reset the blood periodically. And you know, like for example, with the appearance of a blood moon, of a blood moon, sorry. Or like in other games, you have like seasons that reset points. That would be kind of similar. An important question is then if it's primarily for, well, for PvE or PvP or COP. Everything? No, yeah, I mean, maybe I'm trying to make it do too many things. You're right with that. Maybe maybe thinking about it in like a multiplayer kind of setting is like a bad thing. Or maybe what if you can't share it? Yeah, what if you can't share it with other players? Well, that sounds fitting. So when I was away, I was thinking about the context of the player and the world that's getting built. Like I was thinking, basically, Blood Moon can appear after a certain period of time. That's like one possibility. Or the second possibility is after a certain amount of blood has been collected. Blood/total blood, right? Or like when a player reaches a certain threshold, that wouldn't really. I'm not sure. So in the context of Warhammer and Orcs, having that trade system makes sense because of what they are and the context they are in. So what's the context of the players and the world they're in? That's a good question. I mean, it's supposed to be a sandbox game, so we don't necessarily know. And I can't necessarily decide that. If we want to use it for multiplayer purposes. So the other possibility is to use it for, a single player only. Without having, without making it be able to be traded. We can prevent trade. But we still need a way to... Well, actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Because if you can use the blood anyways, like for more inventory slots, then you can technically have some kind of new, like a player that has like a lot of slots, and that would be equivalent to trading. So I don't think there's a way to prevent trading. Well, or it would be making it more difficult, but you know. So the player chooses their own context, which can be a lot of things, not just trading. So maybe blood isn't the right word for it, since that would affect other aspects of the game, like PvE and PvP. Maybe. My point is, blood being dual purpose sounds like a bad idea. Yeah, I know. I know. But I can't have it be single purpose, because it's increasing the inventory of the player. And if it's increasing the inventory of the player, then technically it can be used for multiple purposes. Like, just that fact makes it usable in a lot of ways. Like, indirectly, I think. I'm not sure about that. As long as we can increase the player's inventory size, then it's going to be used in multiple ways. With or without blood. Well, yeah, right. Like, well, yeah. I guess there's going to be a cost. As long as there's a cost. Yeah. Maybe instead of blood, HP is something like flesh or something else that is separate from HP. What do you mean by that? Because it would already be something different from HPs. Like, it would be a different, like, you have your health points, and you have like your other kind of points, right? So what do you mean by that? Like, if you earn it when you kill enemies and that kind of stuff, then it will be kind of the same, right? That would just be changing the wording so that it can rot away in a way that makes sense. Oh, you're talking. I know it doesn't have to make sense. For now, right now we're not talking about it making sense, because I'm thinking about the systems, the game design systems. Like, it doesn't have to make sense for now. Because the problem with it rotting away, with, like, you know, your points rotting away, is that, it basically means that for each point, you need to know when it's going to expire. And that would be a pain to track, like, for the player, right? So that's why. That's why I don't think rotting away is a good thing. That's why instead of rotting away, I was going at it more, you know, about it being periodic instead. So that's why if, like, all your blood expires every 5 days, then you don't have to track individually each point. Right? That's like an example. I think I'm fine with that. I think I can keep it this way. And maybe you won't be able to use it as money, right? But I think for like the inventory, it's kind of alright. If we're just looking at it from from an inventory standpoint. Actually, I'm not sure. Yes, the periodic ID is what I was thinking of it. Well, the periodic ID is what I was thinking of. It's not tracking each point. Yeah, I was thinking it would be more like the poison effect, but way slower. You know what I mean? I mean, if it was... Well, poison effect. Well, if it was like as frequent as poison, then, you wouldn't earn it passively, right? But yeah, I see what you mean. Way slower. Yeah, basically yeah, I mean, I think I see what you mean. The question is, can you... Well, after that, can you store blood? And is it like resetting to 0, or is it like scaling down? Is it like taxes? I guess maybe scaling down is fine. Like 50% can be alright. That will like be a tax against the rich. And it would still make sense to store things. Because if you reset to 0, my problem is that it wouldn't make sense to store your blood somewhere. And I think it can become important to store your blood somewhere. And you want to get back to it. But why punish hardcore gamers? Who benefits? I mean, no, hardcore gamers could like get more stuff in different ways, like weapons and stuff. It doesn't have to be blood. Like, it's as if you were saying that Minecraft couldn't have hardcore players because the inventory had a limited size, right? Like, if the inventory in Minecraft would be unlimited, then it would benefit hardcore gamers. But is it like punishing hardcore gamers to limit it? You still have hardcore gamers in Minecraft, right? But the inventory size doesn't arbitrarily reset, no? I mean, I guess. But that will be your base inventory in this game. They can gain blood, though, regenerate. Well, they can gain back blood. Yeah, I guess that will be like seasons, right? Like in League of Legends, for example, your season resets. And I guess if we scale it down instead of resetting it to 0, then they would still have an advantage. And the inventory size doesn't arbitrarily reset. Yeah, but yeah, as I said, that would be like the base inventory. We're talking about like extra slots, not about the base inventory. So that doesn't really change, right? But for whom does it make the game more fun? Well, I mean, that just means you can store more items in your inventory. So, I mean, it's good, right? Because that would, like, if you were, going on an exploration, then you don't have to go back to your base every 2 seconds to put your items back into your chest. More inventory and a possible currency. But you get thrown back to the basic level for no apparent reason. Wait. Maybe if you gain something for what was taken away from you. Wait. At least achievements. Yeah, okay, I was thinking of something. What if you have a third currency? No, it makes sense, right? Because basically, whether it's like no matter what it is, if you get something from what was taken away from you, then that new something is a resource, right? It's a new currency, like whatever it is, whether it's like more attack or like more, like an item or something. It's like a new currency, right? Technically. So now the question is, what is that currency? Maybe it can just be magic. Maybe it just gets converted, like every blood moon, your blood gets converted to magic. So that's why blood would still be a valuable kind of money system. You would still be able to use it for like your inventory and stuff. And magic would basically make you, stronger, like as a mage, for example. Or like if you're like a warrior, then you could like enchant your weapons. You can use it in like a lot of ways, right? Maybe you could gate some mechanics behind it, and then people might be motivated to chase it. Well, gate what? Gate blood. You could. Yeah. Oh, it's the first currency. If it's magic, then there would be like a lot of things, right? There would be like strong and stronger attacks. There would be, like a lot of things, right? Interesting. Like a ritual to get magic from your blood. Yeah. It's like, it's like the blood moon, right? It makes sense, maybe. It doesn't have to make sense, but, it kind of does too, right? Because like magical, like the blood moon is, magical. It's like blood. So it makes sense, right? So, problem, what about hardcore players? It might feel like they're losing too much. And what did you say other than that? Too much, well, everything for no apparent reason. And what you said was, what if you got something from accumulating that blood, e.g. Converting the blood into magic every blood moon. It does in a way. Hey. I guess the only problem would be if you want to use that for like construction and stuff, If it's like too random, then it might, you know, make some players, it might cause some problems for some players. What if hardcore players can trade with other NPCs with it, so that two benefits even when not in multiplayer? Yeah, you can have that, I guess. I mean, you would still have a use for like the inventory in the first place, right? So it wouldn't be useless in the first place. Like without NPCs and stuff. Yeah, maybe just not appealing enough. Yeah, I mean, the goal is not to necessarily farm, I would say. I mean, it depends. Like, if your blood gets converted to magic, then it might be a way to farm magic, I guess. Right? And if, like, magic can be used for, like, so many things, then, you know. I think you'll still be able to use blood for, like, a few things. Like, you know, as I say, like, improving your weapons, like, temporarily, something like that. But I think the base system is good enough. I think, well, basically, I think we can build on top of it. I think it's a base system that's robust enough to build on top of. What happens when blood is converted to magic? Well, then you can just use magic for whatever you want. Like, you can unlock new abilities, that might be attacks, that might be defense, that might be creating, like, you know, modifying the terrain. Does it use all the blood? Probably it would. Or maybe it would, maybe you would have like a minimum. You know, to not have too many problems with the... I'm actually not sure. Yeah, maybe resetting to resetting, yeah, I would say. Well, I guess, wait. Never mind. So blood isn't HP anymore. If it resets it. Well, it's not equivalent to HP. Well, it wasn't, yeah. I mean, in the first place, it wasn't HP. It's basically a separate score. It's like a different score, right? And like you can, basically your blood would increase naturally with like your regeneration if your HP is full. That's the only way it's like corresponding to it, kind of. Makes sense, yeah. Okay. Good if it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to me, but like if it makes sense to other people, then that means maybe there isn't like, you know, that just bulletproofs the system. So if it does, then I'm glad. But yeah, the problem with that is still problem with it being periodic. Well, with resetting it periodically. You have potentially... Isn't it gonna be too much of a problem for players? Well, for builders, for example, that just want inventory space. I don't think so. We definitely need to hear more from more people. Yeah. And what if it was magic that was increasing the space instead? What if it was magic that was increasing the space? I mean, that could be a solution, really. That could be a very simple solution. Wait, I mean, technically you can also earn it, like, naturally. But would people... Well, would new players be able to have extra space with it? I mean, maybe we can have magic instead. Wait, but then it wouldn't reset. Magic wouldn't... Wait, do you have a limit of magic? Well, that would just mean you... Well, that's like different, right? Well, I mean, well, wouldn't that make it even harder for builders? So maybe you can get magic from other things. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It could make it like harder for builders. So maybe you can get magic from other things too, but harder so that builders can get the inventory space with magic. Wait, I was just thinking. It wouldn't actually affect builders once they have like all of their things in their inventory. Because if you only pay points when you add to your inventory, then they can basically add like everything, and then even if there's like the Blood Moon, they would have like their inventory full. What have I walked into? Hey! Welcome, Magic and Blood. Yeah, I guess. Let me just show you. I have this game. I have a Minecraft kind of game, right? And I was trying to make an inventory. The goal is to make an inventory. And the question was, do we want something like Minecraft? The problem is that you can't store a lot of items, and you have to go back to your base to like empty your inventory and stuff. Like you can't go on an exploration and just collect things whenever you want. So now the other question is, do you want an infinite inventory? But then that would be like a problem with like management and stuff, right? Or like management. No, I guess the main problem would be... players wouldn't store items anymore. And like no need for bases, right? So then the question was, what if we had something like Minecraft, but then we also have like an extra pocket where you can put items in there, but it would cost like a resource. And I guess we're going that way, but there's a lot of thinking involved. So like we were thinking about like a blood resource that would increase with time, that you could use to, well, basically, like when you place an item in your extra pockets, then it would cost blood. But then we have like a lot of, well, we have inflation. Like, what if you use blood as a resource, like as currency, multiplayer, and well, right. Like if you hoard, what if you hoard blood? Make it a one-way portal back to a base object they can craft. Wait. So they can store the item somewhere. Oh, that was like my communism ID from before, right? Elewa. Yeah, I guess in that case with communism, well, okay, I'm gonna tell you. Basically, in Minecraft, I made a plugin that made players share their inventory. And that was nice because someone could mine, and someone at the surface could just put the items in the chest. That's why I was saying earlier. And in one way, it's actually what you were talking about. Well, except it's like not a one-way portal. But it's like a very similar idea, right? Like back to the base. That's like a very good idea. But, I mean, yeah, that's a good idea. You can store the item somewhere, but doesn't give the infinite inventory. Yeah, that's a very good idea. Maybe communism is a solution. Yeah, maybe communism is a solution. I think the blood for item slot is kind of boring. Blood for an initially extremely low mana pool, which will increase only super slowly, but unlock cool looking and strong stuff is better. I mean, that would be a progression system. I don't want a progression system. I just want a way for players to be able to explore freely without having, to worry about their inventory. The goal is not to, well, the progression would be about like magic and like vehicles maybe and like items and that kind of stuff. But I mean, I think Zekini is like very right about that. Yeah, blood wouldn't just be for extra item slot, no? Well, it wouldn't just be for that, yeah. It could be like to improve like some of your weapons temporarily. As long as it's temporary, then I think it's fine. Like it would be like a cost. It would be something you use. Like you could have an item that would cost blood, or maybe you could have like a whole archetype of stuff that would use blood. But it would be like temporary, like it would consume the blood. And like only work temporarily after that, right? Like for example, your sword would consume 5 blood every hit and deal extra damage for that. That kind of stuff. Like it could be possible, but Zekini is like very right about that. Oh, hey Crow, thanks for the follow. Well, let me Zekini. And I guess we have Void, Elewa, Arksaver. I'm gonna put your names because you're like very helpful. I really appreciate your help. And Zekini said, well, basically, Arksaver is like, I want to scale up my power, don't reset it, make it unlock new things, right? And Elewa is like, well, I had the idea about the orcs, and blood is passive currency that you, well, passive income and what was it? Passive income and inflation. Right. And then we have Zekini coming with, what if it was a one-way to your base? And I think this is like the best idea, because this is like the easiest thing. Man, glad I cut the stream. Oh. Glad to. And no inflation, true. Well, no. Well, no inflation. Yeah, oh, right, no inflation. I guess. Yeah, I mean, your idea is like the best, really, I think. Where is this file? It's like in the Epstein file. Well, it's basically something on my Google Drive. It's like for me. Maybe I'm gonna make something public in the future, but for now it's just a bunch of reflection and stuff. A bunch of thinking, so it's not really, necessary to check, I would say. What if, maybe I'm gonna make like a clean document about inventories and that kind of stuff. But one way to the base is like a good idea. I mean, that would mean, no, not necessarily, because what does that mean? Problems. What does that mean? Like, if you die, if you're on the verge of dying, then you can just move your most important items to your base, right? Like directly, right? And the problem with that would be that so if you die, well, so it doesn't matter if you die. So one way to solve that, make it take time. Portal could be linked to your character. If you die, you lose the portal items. Yeah, wait, I guess that's like one way to solve that. Make it take time. Well, ways to solve that. So make it take time, and my idea was that, and if you die in the meantime, then you lose your items. Right. But in your case, I guess it's kind of similar in a way. Portal could be linked to your character, and if you die, you lose the portal items. Oh, so like everything in there. Because I guess with this, that would mean your items would be saved after a certain amount of time. But in your case, that would mean you lose everything. Portal items. Basically, portal items is like everything you've put through the portal, but haven't retrieved yet. Make it Minecraft based, and have those items expelled at your character's death location. Wait, what do you mean by that? I'm not sure about the context of what you're saying. I mean, yes, well, yeah, I guess, like when you die, some of your items are going to pop at that place. And I guess that would be the case for items that are pending, or items that are in your pocket, well, in your portal, as you say. And like another problem is, how do you define your base? That's so many. That's probably all your items ever. But that's not a problem. Like it's a problem in Minecraft because every item is a separate entity. We don't need them to be a separate entity. So it's too many. Well, actually, it depends. Well, actually, never mind. No, actually, you're right. Maybe about that, because like if there was like someone else that was just coming onto you. Oh no, there are like multiple problems actually. Problems. So you have this. You have when someone kills you, there are too many items. Can't filter, maybe. The lag. Yeah, the lag isn't a problem. The lag is only a problem because in Minecraft it's spawning different entities. We don't have to do that. We can, for example, just spawn like a single... We can just have like a block, for example, that would behave like a chest, that would show a view of what was lost. It doesn't have to, you know. Makes sense. So there's this, and the other thing would be, that means, well, maybe bases wouldn't really matter anymore. Actually, it would, because no, even if you hoard it, well, okay, never mind. Yeah, never mind. Okay, never mind. Bases would still matter because, well, bases would still matter because you can only retrieve those items when you get back home, right? So this is good. And yeah, the other thing you said was or if you die before retrieving your items at home, then you lose all of that. What if you have multiple bases? Yeah, that's like one of the other problems. Well, things to think about. Other problems. Basically, how do you define your base, right? And do you have multiple bases? Because if it's too easy to create a new base, then, you know, I'm not sure about that. Depends on how difficult you want the game. They lose them, or do they get start or do they get start the gravestone for you? Yeah, I guess instead of losing everything, what I meant is you drop it. You drop it as your death location. Oh, but then it would. Then it wouldn't make sense anymore. Well, drop it all. Like, if you drop it, that means if you are... Well, actually, never mind. If you are in a multiplayer setting, then you can have someone store all the items, and then you can have that guy die on purpose to you know, to like get a specific item, but then you would lose that person. So I guess that's like a compromise. A compromise I would be fine with. The gravestone ID is used in a bunch of mods. I like it more. Yeah, I mean, drop it. Like, you can call it whatever you want. It's like the same ID. It's like you basically lose your items at the place you died, right? That's like the same ID. To me. But I guess, yeah, the main problem is this. Probably. And, wait. I was onto something, but I forgot. Never mind. I guess one thing I'm thinking about is, hey, give us all your diamonds or we kill you. Alright. Possible in Minecraft. Not possible with one-way pocket ID. And you're gonna die. So you're gonna die. So it's gonna, well, suck in that way. But I guess it's good enough. I don't know. Or maybe you can, or maybe, well, maybe it can cost you something. So like, what if you can get back those items, but it costs something? Like what if you had a spell that costs magic that allowed you to get it back, to retrieve it? Having all your items get into that gravestone though is a lot. Yeah. But I mean, if you lose everything when you die, then that means you have like an incentive to go back to your base, right? And like remove, like clear that thing. So I think it's fine. Like, it shouldn't be like everything you've collected, like ever, because you want to make sure some items are safe. Like the important ones. Makes more sense. Also, like, if you're thinking about it in the Minecraft kind of way, where you have like a big chest and you have to click on every item to get it in your inventory, then we can have like some extra things to make it like easier. For example, we can have like a button that would take all of that and put it in your own extra pocket. The idea hinges on the player wanting to store the items in their base somewhere, like a chest, no? Yeah. I think your idea is good. The only problem I guess I have... Wait. Jeez. Yeah, best idea so far, I think, too. I'm not sure about that, really. I think it's like too specific. I think this is not really a problem. Because even if you have like a spell for that, then you would have to unlock it, and it's like something specific. So, too specific. And I guess the main problem really is this. Well, thing to think about. How do you define a base? Can new players define a base easily? Like in Minecraft, okay, you can make a bed to, set your spawn point, but you still have to get the wool and that kind of stuff. That might be difficult. Or like your spawn point is going to be at the same place every time. Yeah, how do you define your spawn point in the game? Is that going to be your base? Oh wait, that's a good idea. If you link your... Oh. Or do you have different kind of beds, maybe? I mean, there's only one... Is there only one place you respawn? I'm not sure. So how do you respawn? Like, when you respawn, can you select between different positions you want to respawn at, for example? Thinking noises. Because that would make sense, like, well, your base is wherever you place a bed, such sets your respawn point. And the other question is, new question unlocked. Can you only set it at one place? Or can you, or do you have multiple positions you can select from to respawn at? And I mean, if you have that, then it means you can probably put a respawn point too easily. If it's too easy to set your respawn point, then it kind of sucks, right? Yeah, and if you have multiple places, wait. Yeah, that sucks, because that means you can just get your items whenever you want. If at multiple places and easy to place it, then that means you can just retrieve your items whenever you want. So basically one place. Is this for the voxel game you're making? It's like for my voxel game. I might make a document out of it that would talk about inventories, but it would be something else. It's just a way to write my ideas down so I don't forget and so I can think about it more extensively. Assuming the portal is an item inside base, what happens if someone destroys that item? What would happen to? That's a good question. And yeah, I guess if it's not, well, if it's not the bed. Because like if it's the same thing as the bed, then... I mean, I guess it would just, you could like steal it, maybe? If it's like a chest, you can just steal from it. Which I would be fine with. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, if people can steal from it, then you might want to keep your most important items with you. But it depends if your base is safe or not. And it like creates some kind of, it creates possibilities that I like. So it's like dependent on the game. Well, dependent on like the context, so I like that. Exploit then. Have your friends steal from it, so you can save your items before dying. Oh, you're right. You're right about that. You're right about that. Oof. What if it's just not there? What if it doesn't have like a physical location? And like you can... What if it doesn't exist physically? Well... What if it doesn't do anything basically? And you have to place a new... You have to make a new home to retrieve it. I think that would be the best idea. Like, only the player that owns the extra space, right, can access it at their base, at their home, like by clicking on their bed, for example. But yeah, they would just lose everything if they die. Like, it would just drop it, right? And what? And I mean, yeah, I guess that's it. And if your bed gets destroyed, then you have to like place a new one to get it back. And that means technically you can like create a base wherever you want, but that means you lose like your original base anyways if you do that. So it's not that overpowered. Is it? Wait. Yeah, what if you just travel and change your bed like every second and just get more and more items? Oh yeah, but the space in your well, okay, the space in your inventory is limited, but then you can place your new bed and you can just swap however you want. Then you go back on an exploration. But when you die, wait. I'm not sure about that. Never mind. Now, when you die, you respawn at your last... Yeah, never mind. That wouldn't work. Alright, I've created enough chaos here. Good luck, thanks. Okay. I mean... That's a good idea, but... So... What happens if the block storing everything at your home gets destroyed, well, if the one who destroys it gets everything, then it's a way to save everything your friend is taking, right? What if only the player, while the owner, can retrieve it? And it's available. I'm not sure about that. It's like two conditions. Maybe we can divide this. That's why like writing it down is like a good idea. And it's available for every, well, that's like another question. There's like A and B. Well, let's write it. And it's available wherever you set your new respawn points. So problem you can change it too easily, so you can basically you can retrieve those items to those extra items too easily too. Maybe. Is that a bad idea? Is that a bad thing? Well, yeah, it basically means you have an infinite inventory. So it's equal infinite inventory, equal you can hoard things, right? Is the equivalent. So what if it's only at your previous respawn point? But, well, never mind. Oh, it's complicated. It's hard. It's hard. It's so hard. Because if it's only available at your previous respawn points, then what if it's getting destroyed? What if only available at the respawn point of that time? Well, of the time you set it. Then the problem is, what if it gets destroyed? Does it go into nothingness, into the void? I mean, I guess that's an idea. If it just gets into the void, then that would solve everything, but do we want things to be thrown into the void? I mean, maybe you're right. I'm not sure. I felt that. Because we can't have thrown into who? Into who? Yeah. Oh, and I mean, no, never mind. That doesn't work. This whole system doesn't really. Wait, does it? Oh, never mind. Well, no, it doesn't work in one way. This whole thing doesn't work in one way. So This one is basically make items teleport to your base, right? And it doesn't work because the main problem is, what if you just want to build? You want a big inventory space, not to get items, but to build. Can send items to infinite locations, but you still need to physically go to collect them, so it's fine. If destroyed, items in that portal destroyed. Wait. I guess. The risk you take to use it. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. The other problem now would be, what if you're just a builder that wants to build stuff? If it's a one-way thing, then you can't build as much as you want. Right? Or maybe you would have like an extra system or like item where you can basically carry things with you, but you can't put things inside. It would be a one-way thing, but in another direction. That could be an idea. One-way thing, but in the other direction. I don't mind that. I think it might be a good idea. This solves your issue from before, because if I make a new portal, it's just a new destination. Doesn't allow them to collect from there. I guess so. Well, yeah, only if it gets destroyed, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that should be good. Wait, what did I say? Destroy the items inside. Yeah, I mean, that could be good to me. That could be fine to me. Okay. We can have that, I suppose. I mean, that also means... I'm not sure. Like, for example, if we have... No, let's have a player. Let's say you have two bases. You have one there, you have one there. You want to collect things along the way, right? Then in, Minecraft, you could just, like, put your items, like the things you collected, into your new chest there. But I guess with, like, this system, you would have to go back all the way there. What do you? Well, maybe you don't... Oh, maybe you just don't... Oh, okay, I have an idea. What if instead of just storing things inside one portal, you just make it so new portals can't access things that are too old? Right? Things that have been stocked there before it was created. That's why that's why you can access it like from the two places. It's starting to become really difficult. But okay. I guess we can destroy it. Problem, what if the player has 2 bases? Well, and that doesn't prevent the thing from, the problem from putting a new, well, actually, never mind. Well, okay. Well, I'm just gonna write that, but I think I have the idea. As to bases in Minecraft. After traveling. I can't write, I can't type. After traveling, you can just put your put the items you collected along the way in the chest next to you. In here, you would have to go back all the way without dying. How can theft happen? If you kill the player, you have to kill the player and loot the gravestone, I guess. Yeah. That's my idea too. And I guess you can also threaten the player. Like if you find the base of the player, you can threaten to destroy their portal and have them come back to you, for example, for like trading. Maybe not. I guess you, well. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah, that would suck a little. Because of time, you would have to wait a lot. Not sneaky. Oh yeah, but you would also have like chests, right? Around your, well, around your home to like store the items. You don't want to disappear after you die. Would be painful. So the idea was, what if when you place a new home, that home can only access the items you've stored since you place it. Equal can't access items you stored before that. I think that's like the best idea to prevent this problem. But what? But what? What was the other problem? I forgot. Yeah, creating too many homes. And I guess that's not really a problem, is it? Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's good. If you have this. Okay. Okay! That was a lot. That was a lot. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, I think we have actually the solution. And if we want to build, then it would be another system, which would be one direction only. One way. Okay. So basically you have to plan ahead of time, is the idea. And would it work with weapons, for example? I mean, this is something to, well, we're gonna think about this like at another moment, maybe. Or maybe not. Let me think about this. So what if you just want to make another system, right? One way to, what if you make a one-way thing but in another direction? So basically, you place the items you might want in an extra pocket. When you need it, you can, well, you can move that item into your inventory. You cannot move items into that extra pocket. And okay, basically the consequences, I guess. Consequences. Good for builders because they can just take everything they want. Well, everything they need to build. What else? What if you put weapons instead? You're almost describing a shulker box. The shulker box is not a one-way thing. That's the main difference. But yeah, it's well, no. Well, a shulker box is just increasing the amount of slots in your inventory, right? So I think it's like pretty different. Shulker box plus under chest hybrid, but portal. I think the most important thing is that it's a one-way thing. And just have it be a one-way thing is like very different to me. It's like changing everything. So what if you put weapons? I mean, okay, that just means when you die, you lose. Oh, well, when you die, you lose all your weapons, right? So that's not a smart thing, I guess. Wait, I think I lost the plot. How is it one way again? Oh. So the first idea was... Oh no, what? Oh no, you lost the plot. Okay, so basically the idea is your extra inventory. When you place items in there, you can't get it back from there, except if you go back to your home. That's why it's a one-way thing. In this case. Right? Is it good? Create/place portal. Spend blood to... blood? We're talking about blood again? I thought it was removed. Wait. Spend blood to send items into portal. Wait. Portal only accessible when you're physically in front of it. Yeah, I'm not sure about the blood part anymore. But, to me, it was like a different system, but I'm good with you. Portal only accessible when you're physically in front of it. Kind of. Well, it depends. But yeah, that's basically it. Like the base idea is that. Like if you take into account this, then like it would change a little, right? But yeah, it's basically this. Imagine someone misclicks. Yeah. Wait. Imagine some misclicks and put it in the wrong inventory. I mean, I guess if you just misclick, then you can have like some cooldown where you can, still move the item, Like maybe a 5 seconds cooldown, something like that. Like 10 seconds. I don't know. Or maybe as long as the inventory is open, you can move it. Yeah, I think that would be fine, right? Well, I mean, it depends. If you just get the new item, I'm not sure. Well, do you place your new items directly in your extra inventory? I guess would be the question. Is it one way? Yeah, it's one way. Well, most of it. Well, yeah, it's one way. Let's say it's one way, but like, as long as your inventory is open, for example, you can move it whatever way you want. Well, not whatever way you want, but how to say it? Like, if you misclick, like before it becomes one way, you can like still move the item a little bit. Just in case you're not sure, for example. Like we can have something to prevent like misclicks. But basically it would be one way. The limitation could be annoying. What do you mean by that? What limitation? The limitation of it being one way. How so? In what way would it be annoying? I'm not saying it won't be, I'm just asking you because you can provide like additional things I'm not thinking about. One-wayness. In what way would it be annoying? Because, let me actually write that. In what way would one-wayness be annoying? Maybe I'm not getting the picture right. I'm imagining you store the thing, but can't retrieve it. Yeah, that's it. Until you go back home, basically. You're right, that's it. But how is it annoying? Because let's say, if you store cubes in your extra pocket, if you store random blocks in your extra pockets, then it doesn't matter, right? You don't really need. Then it doesn't matter. If you get diamond and want to use it for stuff, to craft things, then just don't move it into your extra pocket and keep it with you. Building, do you want access to massive amounts of resources? You want the opposite of store. Yeah, that's why I was thinking about... Wait. Let me bring that there. That's why I was thinking about another system for builders. Which would be a one-way thing, but in the different way. In that you could, ahead of time, you can place blocks inside another pocket. And you can get the items from that pocket whenever you want. But you can't place them there. In that way, like if you're a builder, you can like put items there. Like you can put blocks there as much as you want. And you can use them as much as you want. But you can't... but yeah, I guess that's it. So that would solve your problem of well, for builders, right? Your 2-base ID has a minor exploit. So everything in the portal for 1 base, then run and die near the 2nd base. After setting respawn point there, now rob your gravestone and save the round trip. Wait. So everything in the portal for 1 base. Wait. So everything in the portal for 1 base. Wait, let me think about this. So everything in the portal for 1 base, then run and die near the 2nd base. After setting respawn point there, now rob your gravestone. Wait. I'm not getting it. Wait. So everything is... Well, okay, let's have this. So you store everything there. Store there. You have like your stuff, right? Then you run and die near this. You die. You have like a skull. My skull sucks, right? You die. D for death. Then you respawn there. Respawn. Now rob your gravestone. And save the round trip. But you would still have to come back to there, right? I mean, I guess it's about the spawn point. Because the gravestone will have your stuff. Yeah, I know, but the thing is, you would still have to travel like this, right? So like, instead of dying, why don't you just, move there, right? Directly. Smaller distance. Why? Because from this point, you would just have to do this. But if you die and respawn there, then you have to do this and this, right? So I'm not sure I get it. Wait. Oh, wait, well. So 2 separate one-way systems. Oh, never mind, I was reading your comments, Elewa. Maybe it wasn't at all about this. Oh yeah, there's that get around for the one-way thing. Because the gravestone will have your stuff. Smaller distance. Yeah, oh no, but you can just get your items back here too. That was the point of actually. Oh, never mind. No, I get it. Okay, never mind. I get what. Well, no, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. Oh wait, actually, gravestone. Wait, no, never mind. Okay, I get it. Okay, I understand. I understand. Okay, I understand. I get it. So you wouldn't be able to get like your items there because they're like if you create a new base, right? If you create a new base, you wouldn't be able to get it here. But then there's the problem of if you die on purpose, then you can get your items. I get it. It's like only if you place a new base. Yeah, I get it. From what you... Yeah. While building. I mean, the best idea would be to just you destroy everything, no matter the circumstance, so you don't have any exploit. But it would be a bit too much. Yeah. Destroys the donut. No, not my donut. Well, yeah, that's a very good exploit. You can just put a new base and die. What you can have is, yeah, you can just destroy it. You can just destroy it. Like, if you place a new base and die... Wait, what am I talking about? Wait, never mind. Wait. Oh my god. Yeah, never mind, that doesn't make any sense. Well, no, that... Well. Wow. I mean, if you place a new base, then you would destroy everything you've collected since then. We all lost the plot to everything. We did. Oh, but even if you destroy it, you can just place it in a chest instead of dying. Oh, no, you can't because it's a one-way thing. We lost the plot. We lost the plot. I do love the one-way thing, though. It's just making the game not too punitive. That's the problem. I probably never knew the plot to begin with. Okay, so wait. Okay, we have this. The two-way problem. You have exploit. One, just create a new home. Die. And retrieve the items from your tombstone. Right? That's like the exploit. If only we didn't have this exploit. So, okay. Easy fixes. We have... when the player dies, you don't drop anything. You don't drop your extra pocket thing, right? But too punitive, maybe? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. And something else would be... when you place a new home, you lose everything in your extra pocket. Right? Because that way, that would prevent doing this. And, well, instead of dying, you can just... instead of dying, you can just put it in a chest. Create your new home. Wait, what? Oh, no, you can't because it's a one-way thing. Never mind. It's a one-way thing. Never mind. Yeah, I guess so we have those two solutions. Easy solution. But punitive. If you want to build, you have another system for it. The alternative is just to leave the exploit in for players to find and feel accomplished with cheating the system. I guess you can do that. But, I mean, I feel like it would be too well known, kind of. Too punitive. Like this. Yeah. I do think it's too punitive. That's why I'm trying to think about another way. But yeah. I mean, I don't know if this one will be too punitive, because you just have to be careful about what you have in your extra pocket, basically. But, well, depends. Oh, but that doesn't... No, that doesn't... That wouldn't solve the problem, though. Problem? What if instead it's another player that does that? That retrieves your items for you. Right? That's the problem. Hi, Proxy. Hi, Rylan. How are you? Rylan. So it's basically the same exploit, but doesn't, well, but no fixes, right? Ah. Maybe I do want a timer then. I think the timer is maybe the best idea. Or we skip this entire ID and go back to increasing inventory size and give other reasons to need the base. I mean, I think it's just about dropping the items. What if player wants to be nomad? Yeah, I think the problem... Like, the problem might not be one-wayness, but how we handle the items after... Well, the items in the extra pocket after the player dies, right? What we can have is, instead of dropping items from the extra pocket on death, we can, well, we can have that. You can have, what can we have? Well, basically we can have a timer. Like, every time we place an item in that extra pocket. Yeah, but then you can use that timer potentially. No, you can't. Wait. Like, there is a timer. If you die while it's in, well, while there's time left, the item is dropped as a player's death. As a player's death location. Maybe. But then you can basically exploit this though. Oh, no, maybe that's not the problem. Screw it. Destroy items on player and portal death. Wait. No, I actually had an ID. So you have this. If the timer is over, then the item is available at the base. Like, at the original base. Right? Wait. But not on death. That's like one ID. Another ID was your problem is this, right? It's what if the player dies? And that might not be the problem. Another problem might be that maybe we just, well, we don't want to make it worth it for the player to die. We don't want to make it worth it for the player to die. And what I mean by that is that when you die, we might want to... Oh, that will be punitive though. But I was gonna say, like, you know, like in Minecraft you lose your XP, for example. We might want to do something like that. Like removing magic or something. But the thing is, it has to make it not worth it. So that means, so it has to be worse than losing all your items, right? Technically, does it? So it might be too punitive. The magic will be like the MC XP, the Minecraft experience. Yeah, something like that maybe. I mean, it depends. I mean, in this case, it doesn't work, right? We can't do that because it will be too punitive. Like, if you're losing all your items will be too punitive, then that will be too punitive. By logic. So I don't think it's really worth exploring. I don't think there is a way to solve that this way. Using magic wouldn't be too punitive, no? Yeah, but it has to be... That means if it's not too punitive, then you can just use the exploit whenever you want. It means you can basically, you know, get back your items whenever you want, just by it costing like some magic. So you're gonna exploit. That's why it has to be punitive to prevent the exploit. If it's not too punitive, then it doesn't prevent the exploit, then we don't need it. Well, it's not solving this problem. if items are lost on death, players will only put non-valuables into the portal, so the punitive part is already limited. Yeah, I think so. Well, yeah, I do think that's a good point. I was thinking about that too earlier, but wasn't sure. Maybe you lose a percentage of your items on death. I was thinking about that too, but the problem is that you might lose like a legendary. And what if, like, for example, you kill the people... Oh, well, let's say you have a king on the server, and someone wants to kill the king to get the new crown, right? What if the crown just disappears? That would suck, right? You don't want items to disappear like that, I would say. Like randomly. But that's a skill issue. Yeah, I think Xikini might be right. I think we can just remove everything. Because that means more and more problems, right? I don't want to add new mechanics because that would like make it overcomplicated. But yeah. Maybe just when you die you lose everything. So the other question was how can other people then if you lose everything when you die, then how can other people steal from you? Can they steal at your base? Wait, what was the thing? No, if they can steal at your base, that means your items are safe. So they can't steal at your base. So no one can steal you then. Right? But I mean, you would lose the item, so... Yeah. Why can't multiple players use multiple portals? What do you mean? I feel like we're talking about this. But what do you mean by that? As in like sharing inventories, basically? Or as in... Yeah, what do you... We ain't Valve, that's for sure. I mean, we're talking about 3 different inventories, right? So if we can count to 3, then... Yeah. Oh, as in, like using other people's chests, using other people's portals. Wait. Yeah, still, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What would be the point? What is the idea? Tell me the context. What is it trying to solve? What is it trying to... Using other people's chests, using other people's portals. Well, earlier you said we can't steal from someone. Yeah. Because let's say you put your items in your extra pocket, right? In your extra portal. Then you have 2 possibilities, or 3 actually. 1, when you kill the player, you get the loot. You get everything that was in that portal. If you do that, that means you can basically abuse it to get the items of your extra portal whenever you want. Okay? So you can't really do that. Second possibility. your items go back to your home, and other people can look into your chest and get those items. The problem is, that means if you want to go back to your home, you can just die. You can just put everything inside your pocket and die. Like, it doesn't matter if you die anymore, because you can just put everything in your pocket and die and respawn, and you have everything you want. Actually, no, well, if you die, well, it depends. But like, well, yeah, like, you know, if it doesn't work like that, then, you know, an ally could just take your items, steal them, and you know, keep them for you. So it wouldn't matter if you die, thanks to your ally in that case. So that's why we can't allow the player, like other players, to access your own pocket. So portals are unique to each other, maybe. Yeah, people can't live together then. Then possible option, you can only place items of a certain rarity and below into the portal. Wait, that's... Yeah, dividing... Whoa, wait, dividing into categories and stuff. Wait, what was the reason for not losing the items again? Oh, theft, right. That would be an option, but I'm afraid it would be like, you know, even more complexity. Thefts. Sharing is caring. Yeah, what was the point about stealing? Maybe it's fine if you can't steal. Wait, that means you destroy the item. Wait. Yeah, what was the point again? What was that? Never mind. So... okay. Is the fixes when... No. You don't drop. So I mean, okay, the alternative would be that it would be too punitive. Right? So what would be the best among the two? I mean, I guess it would depend on the player then. We didn't want to skirt the death issue by allowing your friend to steal the items. Right. Oh, right. Yeah. Well, yeah. But yeah, I guess the alternative is just to lose everything. So I mean, in both cases, basically you lose everything, right? It just depends on what you put in your extra pocket. So, like, you could prevent it. But what if the player wants to lose it, right? Well, toggleable. I guess you can have that. The extra pocket stays on you. Maybe it's toggleable. Wait. What do you mean it stays on you? I mean, yeah, okay, I understand a bit better what the shulker ID was. And I guess in a way it is the shulker ID. If you just put a new base and can access your stuff from there. I mean, it is a shulker. Okay. To stay or not to stay, that is the question. The pocket. Yeah. I do like the idea a lot though, but it's so painful. Maybe you can retrieve the items. Okay, I was thinking about that. Maybe you can retrieve the items you lost in some way. Instead of them like disappearing forever, maybe you can like retrieve them with like magic or something. That would just cost like a lot. Something that would not be worth dying for that. So it would only be like a few items that you would retrieve. Maybe that's good enough. Because if it's only a few items, then it's not about what? Like it would just be like 1 or 2 extra slots, basically. Like the equivalent. It wouldn't be that much. I guess that can be fine. Like the enemies could retrieve those items too, if paying like enough mana or something. If while paying enough mana, like yeah. Okay, I think that can be an idea. I like that. Okay, another thing is, what if, okay, idea. When the player dies, instead of losing what's in the extra pocket, then each item in that extra pocket has a cost instead. Has a mana cost instead. So that would mean the player can retrieve his items. Well, can abuse the system and retrieve his items, but that would cost a lot. Well, that would cost a lot for, well, that would, well, a lot, that would cost a lot for a few items. Well, but it would, well, but it would cost too much to retrieve every item. Only a few ones. So can only retrieve a few ones. But then it's more worth it to just keep it in your base inventory instead, right? And enemies can kill the player and steal only what's important. That's another idea. Alright. The question is, what will be the cost? Because that changes it from costing the player to die to costing players to retrieve the items. So the enemies would have to pay the price too. And that means the allies too, right? So I guess if it's an important item, then it might be worth it. So it should be like a fixed amount of mana. What if you have too much mana? Oh, what if oh wait. Would it be mana? No, because can scale up. Well, because mana can scale up like crazy. So what if instead you can only retrieve a few amounts? Well, I feel like that would just be the base inventory then. Oh, never mind. No, that would still be different. You can only retrieve a limited amount of items from that pocket. So you can choose that you can choose. So, for example, when a player dies, you can get only up to 5 items from the extra pocket. Right? That means you can retrieve like the most important items you had without, retrieving like everything. So like if you have a legendary, you can basically get it. But yeah. You can basically get it. Like theft can get it too. But since it's only 5, that means it's like basically wait. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that means it's like only 5 slots, so it doesn't really impact things that much. Right? Does it? I think it's fine. And about the question that was this. Well, I'm not sure actually. I mean, I think I'm fine with that. What do you think? Also, instead of dropping items, which would cause lag, potentially. Actually, it wouldn't anymore. Actually, it would. Never mind. But instead of dropping them, we can spawn a tombstone. Problem creating a new block with collisions. That might be impacting gameplay in other ways. Another way would be spawn a ghost of the player, from which we can right click to open the inventory. Well, onto which. And the ghost disappears after retrieving the 5 items. Something like that. I think the ghost is a better idea. You can even make it like a monster. You can like turn it into a monster or something that you have to kill, that's flying around. I just realized, yeah, it can be an entity. But well, I'm not sure about that. No, never mind. No, let's not have it be an entity. Or it would be like too difficult to retrieve the items. Well, it depends. Anyways, so okay, we have this. That sounds fine to me. What do you think? That means we still need like a base inventory anyway. So you know what? What if we start coding actually? Right? Maybe we want to code something now. We've been thinking like for a very long time. So basically the final, I'm just gonna write the final ID so I don't forget it. So I don't forget it. Final ID. Without all the possibilities, consequences and stuff. So the player has an extra inventory, well, inventory pockets. He can place items there, but can't retrieve them from there. Well, at any time. The only way to retrieve those items is to... Actually, maybe it should be like... Never mind. Is to go back home. Only homes. Well, you can only access items, well, stored items from a home that has been made before the items were stored. Right? Okay. When you die, any player can take up to 5 of your extra pocket items max. That's it, alright? I think that's it. I think that's the whole idea. It's like very short, but there's been so much reflection around it that, I mean, yeah. I think that's it. Maybe instead of 5 it can be 10 or something, I don't know. I think this is fine. Yeah, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's good. Good enough. Good enough. Let's do that. So for now, I'm just going to make the basic player inventory, right? So I mean that helps thinking about how I'm going to implement this. So the I actually don't know. I guess this would be limited, like slots, base slots. We have that. Wait, what? Yeah, that's a player slot. Wait, I forgot to... Never mind. Oh yeah, it's an inventory slot. Okay. Right there. So I have to include. Oh. Inventory item. Oh, slot, I guess. We have that. One. This is gonna be fixed. Then we have what? Then we have like the extra pocket. Like I guess that's the main inventory, technically. Like main inventory. Main player inventory. We have all of this. Let's just have that. Extra pocket. I mean, if we have two pockets, then that would mean we have. Like go home pocket and go player pocket, maybe. How can I call those? Like player to base pocket. I guess that makes it pretty easy to understand. Yeah, can we have name for those? Like player to base, like player to home. So world, that means liking home. Well, liking home. Home buddy. Home loving. Stay at home. Domesticate. Home like homie. Hey homie, how are you homie? That associates a noun to home. Domestic. Oh, right. Okay, maybe instead of home, we might have something associated to spending and saving. So, saving synonym. Go back. Preserving. The economy pocket, I don't know. No. Rescue pocket. The save. To save an object. Synonym. Backup. Oh, backup. Wait, backup. Backup is a good idea, but I'm not sure about that. Checkpoint. Wait, saving. Wait. To store. Like you have the stash pocket. Salvage. Oh. No. Let's have something different. Use synonym. Utilize. Wow. Give me naming ideas for spaces. I can only get such inventories. I can only get I can only place things in one way. Then same for then same for when I can only get them in and not place in. Withdraw. That's a nice idea. Deposit. Job bugs. Repository. Factory game. Retrieval. Stash. Supply. Oh, your supply. Oh, supply is like a good idea. For the other one. So this would be name supply pocket. So supply pocket because it's supplying you. Right? And yeah. Wait, what is that? Oh, nice paired names. Oh, wait. Deposit only. So yeah, supply is like on the withdraw only. Yeah, on this in this thing. Deposit only. Yeah, not here. Well. Donate. Vault. Oh, the vault, maybe. Vault, would that make sense? The vault pocket. Opposite of supply. Antonym. Put sync. Oh, sync. Sync might make sense. Because if you put something in a sync, you're not gonna get it back, right? So I think sync makes sense. Supply pocket and the sync pocket. Into the sync. You put an item into the sync, and you put an item into the supply. What do you think about that? Mm. I mean, to me, it's fine. So you have the sync. Player to home. Yeah, sync pocket. And you have the how do you call that? What was it? Supply. You have the supply. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. Wait, you can abuse the supply too, though. Well, that just means you're going to have an infinite amount of items on you. Because you can't put in the supply, but when are you going to be able to put things there? At your base. Yeah, your base needs something special. I don't know. Hmm. 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 I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure about the supply. Because you would have an infinite amount of space too. But I mean, the sync would be nice for exploration anyways. I mean, I guess it can be fine. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, I have an idea. What if it scales up with time? Whoa, big brain. Okay, that's not bad. What about the sync? Yeah, it's a bit different. Right, okay. Sounds good to me. Then I save this. Oh no. Wait, used to refer to the line enclosed depressions that are also known as shake holes, into openings where surface water enters into underground passages known as spawner, swallow hole, or swallet. Swallet? The sonnet is a type of sinkhole that exposes groundwater. Wait, swallet? An underground stream. Yeah, that's probably gonna be alright. So we need those. Inventory might not be the right word, I guess. I guess just slots is fine. Well, I mean, I guess technically, maybe I want to inherit from that. I don't know. Yeah, let's just have this for now. Then we have Think Pocket. That might be a... We might need a pointer for it. But okay. Then we have the Supply Pocket. Okay. And everything is gonna have a list of slots. So this is dynamic. This is dynamic. Okay. Probably static. Okay. And then we are going to need an API. So is that a resource? I guess it might be a resource. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess I want to... Do I want to showcase that? To show that in the editor? Maybe. I'm not sure. Oh, that means... I'm not sure. Let me just see what... Oop. What are the different things it's going to store. So this is a ref counted, right? Local to scene, local scene. I don't want that. I guess it doesn't have a lot actually. Does it? Objects. Never mind. It has a hash map. A hash set. Well, multiple hash maps. Yeah, let's just have this be... can I just remove this? So yeah, I guess it can just be a class. Technically, maybe. We won't be able to inspect it from the editor though, but you know, that's fine. I mean, actually, can I... Wait. Godot C++ custom inspector, custom inspector. Can I do that? Oh, you can. Oh, that's going to be great then. Try the main editor plugin. Nah. and register your classes. Wait, so that's like 3 steps. Custom inspector plugin. Wait, what? Well, okay. Register your classes. Let's do this. Well, I guess I have to do that then. Filter targeting your specific class inside can handle. Versus any object being viewed into can handle. To see if it's matching your type. I mean, that would be so good. That would be so perfect. But I don't like this. I just want to register like specific types. But that would be like so good. I like this a lot. I like this so much. What I don't like is that it's a single class with inheritance. Let me ChatGPT this. Instead of inheriting this, is there a way to register new editors? Well, different new editor classes for different objects to prevent dependencies? Or do I have to re-implement that? I think I have to re-implement that. I'm not sure. Not really. Yeah, okay, you don't have that. 3 ways to customize. Oh, okay, good. Instead, editor inspector plugin. Override this. No. You can delegate. Yep. Custom editor plugin plus doc. I guess it's a doc. And custom editor nodes inside the inspector. Wait, what's that? Your editor inspector plugin can instantiate different editor widgets. Plugin acts as a thin dispatcher. That's what I want, but is that... What is free? Your own registry. Okay, so it's my own. I have to re-implement it. Okay, I have to re-implement it, I suppose. I just want to check because I'm not sure this is saying the truth. I think it might be bullshitting. So let me just look at the implementation of what? Where is it? Inherit from editor inspector plugin. Editor inspector plugin. Audio stream. So there are different classes. That's what I was thinking. Like there are like so many different classes and different modules. Of course, they wouldn't have like a single inheritance. So it's like a different plugin. Wait. Color right. Wait. No. Wait, what? It's this. Wait, so it's an editor plugin. Wait, no. That's... What? Wait. Where did I see... Inspector plugin. So the inspector plugin is only here. Wait, is it? Where is it defined? Well, yeah. Oh, it's there. Oh, it's the class there. Oh, yeah, it's a plugin. Okay, I get it. Yeah, and it's basically only handling a few things. Okay, so this is actually what I wanted. Good, good, good. Okay, this is good. I like this a lot. So I can basically copy this and technically go in my voxel database and have a custom plugin, because right now they're basically just numbers, right? I'm gonna wait a second. Did I wait? Did I push everything I wanted to push? Yeah, I did. Okay. So we have wait, what? We have this. We need to include this somehow. Editor, inspector. Wait. Let's go there. Editor, inspector. Editor, inspector, editor, inspector. Got it. Simple. Editor, inspector, editor, inspector. It helps to, have already touched that before and to be an engine programmer, I guess. Because that would be a bit overwhelming if I didn't have a bit of experience, I guess. The stream editor. So this is a reference to the editor. I don't really want that. Let me have editor, inspector, plugin, and this is gonna be voxel, maybe. And we have a reference. I mean, I guess it's a singleton, but voxel db. I guess I can have a reference like this. Can handle. So let's go back to this, and we have those functions where I can just override. So let's go down. And now I can have this. And it has to be a voxel proxy. Voxel type. Do I want... I mean, it's supposed to be a resource, so it's not a problem. This one is not a problem. What I want is voxel proxy. If we can cast, then it's not now. And when we parse, we cast, like the proxy. And editor new. Audio stream editor. Oh, I guess I need the... Okay, I need the editor. I mean, it's supposed to be the same editor as something else. Can I just... wait. First begin. Terrain inspector. What if inside my inspector I want to reuse the inspector of another class? What? Oh, I can't do that. Wait. Expose it normally, it doesn't contain. The built-in inspector will automatically show the resource. Allow it to be expanded in line. You create the controls. Share UI building code. Ah! My objects behaves like a pointer. It's an ID, but it's an index towards a specific object. How can I make the inspector show that pointed item instead? Yeah, it's a proxy. Yeah, yeah. Returns the pointed object as a property. Wait. Expose it as a read-write property. The inspector will display that object, and if it's a resource, it can even be expanded in line. Yep. It's a resource. That forwards the target. Wait, so... Properties usage. I guess... And guess what? I mean, I guess technically I can make it a property, right? Oh, actually no. Because it's not a resource. Yeah, well. Yeah, I guess I need my custom inspector then. And I resolve. So I get my resource and then I resolve? Wait. Oh, no. Okay, I call a function resolve. And display controls for target. Yeah, what? How should I do that? I have to recreate the properties. Since there isn't a public API. Oh. Make the proxy edit the target. Only an indirection. Well. Object editing API. What am I even talking about? If my proxy is not a resource... Wait. Wait, that doesn't work, really. That's not going to work. $6 AM, okay. Yeah, that's not going to work for this. Let's go back to... Wait. You know what? Let's remove this for now. Because if it's not an object, we can't cast anyways, right? Here we go. So let's say we have the inventory, and it's the same kind of here. I don't even need to show the... I don't need to show it in the inspector because I can just see it visually. Shouldn't be too difficult. So that's... We have all of this, sync pockets, supply pocket, okay. And I guess you're gonna have like callbacks and stuff in here, but this is fine. And then I need the... I have the inventory slots, okay? I have an item and I have the amount. So, well, this is basically the inventory item, right? So I'm not sure about that. What is that? I mean, I guess it's supposed to be like a proxy, maybe? Like item proxy, maybe? Inventory item. Do I want it to be a proxy or not? maybe. In that case, I have to remove all of this. And proxy is not allowed. Well, yeah, let's say we have this, and this is going to be an integer. This is basically going to be the same as the items, but with, well, it's going to be the same as with the voxels, but with items. And this is basically an item ID, something like that. By default 0, I guess. Like something like that. I can remove. Or not. I'm not sure about that. Well, I mean, it can depend. Well, it's gonna be a database anyways, right? So we might have to include the singleton. Voxel database there. Node texture. How do we objects? Right. I guess I want to include objects more than everything. And this is core object, okay. And we're gonna have voxel database, inventory, item database. Boom. Okay. Okay. I'm not really sure about that, but okay. Yeah, I mean, that should be fine. No, that's not fine. Let's say it is. Let's say it's fine. So, I was thinking about like so many things in my mind, in my head, about how, like, do I really want integers? Do I want pointers? What if I modify the database? If I modify the database, remove some items, add new ones, I'm going to have holes. Maybe I want the page allocator, but I think it's fine. It's gonna be fine. So, we have this, and we're gonna have like, well, it's a database, right? So we're gonna have a list of that. Boom. Maybe not proxy, but well, like inventory item, and it's going to be like an integer, like the type. I mean, I guess the type is the ID itself, Is it? I don't know. Maybe not. No, that's the ID. Well, ID, yeah. I mean, never mind. I guess the ID is a string name. Okay, good to me. And I guess that's it. I suppose that's it. And we have a list of those items instead. Are they going to be objects though? I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. Okay. You have the slots. I don't need this, that's fine. Is it? I don't know. Player inventory. Yeah, inventory item, never mind. Player inventory. We have all of this. And we want functions, for example, to that item. So we have the inventory slots, and inside we're going to have an inventory item. So I guess we can include this. Inventory item. Yeah. Item. And I guess this can be fine. Amount. I mean, I'm not sure. I guess, yeah, I guess this is fine. So we have this. Good. So then we have the index. And we have the what? Do I want them to be resources too, maybe? Set item. ID, well, index and the inventory item. So, well, proxy is a proxy, right? Yeah. And it's the same here, it's like a proxy. Okay. Definition not found. Good enough. Includes player inventory. So we want to set it. We want to get it. We have like a get item. This is gonna be the same, but I'm gonna return it. And I guess we might have like an empty item that would be 0. Oh, thanks for the subscription, Vial. Oh, Vial! How are you? Have you just finished your stream? What have you been doing? Have you played like some games? No stream today. Oh, okay, well, nice to see you here. First time too, I guess. Thanks. Have you seen what I'm working on? Because I guess I finished streaming the games from the GMTK. I should probably remove the tag. Let me do that 1 second. But yeah, have you... I mean, I guess I showed you? I don't know. I don't remember. But I guess I can show you anyways. And like 2 new people too. Are you ready? Ready? I have been looking sometimes. Oh, I'm looking at your inventory system since I'm working on one at the moment too. Oh. Basically, I have this Minecraft game, right? And I've been thinking a lot. A lot, man. That was very complicated. I've been talking with like a few people from the chat as well that have given like very good ideas. And yeah. Basically the thing is we can have, well, let's go document. Not this, but this. First ID is Minecraft inventory, but the problem is that it's limited in size and it can be frustrating. Like you have to go back home after your inventory is full when you want to collect blocks, for example. Then you can have an infinite inventory, but then that means you don't need a home anymore, right? You don't need a base. And then you can have basically a magic space pocket. And I've been trying to do that for a while. I mean, the first idea with that pocket would be to like pay a resource to use it, for example, blood, that you can earn in different ways. Or another idea would be that these pockets would be accessible from, well, the other idea would be that it would be a one-way pocket. And basically the final idea, so I have like a few thoughts about it, right? Well, basically there are ways to exploit things if you don't think about them. And the final idea is this, right? I think you've seen it on Discord maybe. I like the pocket to base ID. Yeah. Nice. I like that too. Great. Okay, I like that. Well, I like that. I like if you like it. That means it's not that bad, you know, because we have to bulletproof the ID, I guess. And yeah, we might have like a different pocket to where you can store the items ahead of times instead. And then when you're like running around, you can only use those items, not put things into that pocket. And that would be useful for like building. But it's like a lot to think about. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and right now we are coding the inventory. And I guess if we're talking about programming, I basically got the idea of something very nice. And that something is basically that, you know, in Minecraft, like blocks are basically integers, right? And it's basically static. It's like an enum, right? And enums can't change. But my idea was, instead of using enums, I have basically a class where I'm registering my types, like my block types. And then I have like a new class that defines what I can do with that type. And then what I store inside chunks are basically IDs. So I can basically add a new block type while the game is open, technically. Which isn't really possible in Minecraft, right? So like the idea would be, for example, if you I mean, there are multiple examples really. Like if you want to make a custom, like if you want to sculpt something, let's say you want a sculpture, right? You want to sculpt some block for like decoration. Then you can sculpt it and it's going to be a new block type. Something like that. Or let's say for the inventory it's going to be the same. Let's say a new item. Let me think about it. I actually don't know. But yeah, technically you can like mods. You can create mods while your game is open and inside the game. And like it opens up huge potential for a lot of player types. Yeah. That's how I got into this system, I guess. Yeah, so let's continue. That item. I guess we can have this. Oh wait, you're using Godot, right? I guess I've seen like a lot of your GMTK streams, but not really a lot of dev streams. Oh, it's been like a long time. Yeah, it's a slot, my bad. Item. Set item. Well, I guess I want to set the amounts too. Maybe. I make no dev streams. Oh! Oh! I feel like it's the difference to my gaming content, but yeah, I use Godot nowadays. Oh, got it. Yeah, I guess you made a game for the jam too. Okay, I get it. Okay. I understand. I basically did a lot of things. I mean, you're saying it's changing from your usual content, right? But just keep in mind that... Maybe not keep in mind, but basically I started Twitch. It was a French channel. And then I switched to English. So like the difference is... Right? But I guess I didn't have like that many subscribers, like followers. So it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter much. Well, basically my philosophy is just I do what I want. And it doesn't really work because I'm making a new channel every 5 years. Well, maybe not 5 years, but yeah. So I'm losing basically, well, losing subscribers. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. I guess my focus is making a game rather than making a channel or something right now. Yeah, the GMTK reviews are a break in my normal content. Got it. Yeah, it's the same for me. I usually actually don't stream a lot of gaming content anymore. Well, I haven't played a game in English actually on stream yet. Like, I do want to participate in some Minecraft, how do you call that? Civilization events. Do you know about those? I've seen a few ones, and since then I've started watching them on YouTube, and I just like them a lot. Well, it depends, I guess, but yeah. Get item. I need a count. Wait, I can't return. Oh, that sucks. Wait. I get invited to those a lot. Oh, but it feels like they need too much time for my current schedule. Maybe. I mean, from what well, yeah, time-wise is a bit difficult for me too, because Japan, time zones and stuff, right? Like, I guess there's gonna be some lag. So, like, PvP is not the best. But, yeah, I mean, from what I know, it's like only a few days in game, right? So, like, you know, if it's during like a weekend, it's technically alright. But yeah, I mean, I understand. I understand. Get, oh, I guess set slot item, slot index. Maybe I just want this, and then I want to set the amount. Item amount. It could work, but I'm not planned out well enough at the moment. I see. I mean, if you're invited in one, I would be interested. Like, just let me know, because, well, I mean, I don't know how it works, like with invitation and stuff. Like, I guess since there are a lot of players that don't only invite like popular people or that kind of stuff. I'm not sure. I don't know how it works at all. I've just watched them. And as I told you, I haven't like streamed gaming content in English, so I don't have a lot of connections or things like that for that kind of stuff. I have a few in French, I guess, since I've streamed like some gaming content before, a lot. But yeah, I mean, technically, you can say I did some kind of civilization in French. No, it was some kind of event. Well, it depends how you call that. I don't know. Okay. So we have out of this. Oh. Is an index enough? Or should we have a pointer? I guess index is enough. I missed out on getting invited to a Rust event again. Always forgetting to hit up my contacts to the guy hosting it. Oh, sadly not big enough to get invited to the big events. Oh, but those are the more fun ones. I see. I don't play a lot. Well, I don't play Rust at all. I haven't played it, but yeah, I'm not sure how it is. Like events in Rust, to me it was like a survival, maybe a bit sandbox game. Is it sandbox? Wait, I'm missing something. No, I'm not. Okay. Oh, I need the amount. Some that amount, something like that. The best on Rust is role-playing. Oh, okay. The community and public servers don't usually do that much. Yeah, that's why those events servers are great. I can roleplay a lot and have real fun. Yeah, I see. It's been a while since I've roleplayed. I guess I've roleplayed a bit. Well, maybe for Minecraft events, but like I guess the main place was Garry's Mod. Like Garry's Mod was like its own thing. Oh, in 32. I thought you were gonna say in the bedroom. No. Sounded so cheeky. No, Garry's mad. Yeah, Garry's mad. I swear. My god. Slots item amount. Let's get it this way. Okay. It's a stack. I mean, maybe I want a stack instead. Like, okay, I have slots, but yeah, what are slots even? They're just like integers, right? Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I guess I don't need like a slot. I just need a stack, inventory stack, maybe. Because this corresponds better to like the amount and stuff. Why do you choose to code in CBP? Do you prefer the type stability? I mean, there are like multiple reasons. I guess I got used to it with Unreal. Like basically in Unreal Engine, you have blueprints. Well, for now, because I guess with Unreal Engine 6, you won't have blueprints. But before that, you have blueprints and you have C++. And blueprints are for gameplay, I guess. And, you know, like juiciness and feedback and that kind of stuff. Like script things, basically. Well, yeah. And like the C++ is for engine features and that kind of stuff. Mostly. But then you have, well, basically if you make a class in Blueprint first, then it's a pain to convert it to C++. So you usually make the class in C++ first, and then you inherit it in Blueprint and do stuff in it if you want to. And like that's the base thing, right? If you want to make a class in C++, in a class in Blueprints and use it really for your game, I would say. But then there's also, if you're in a big team, like if you make a big project, like Blueprint is too messy. And I think it's the same for GDScript. If I do this in GDScript, it's gonna be too messy. And yeah, that's why I'm moving like the core in C++. And the goal is to have like, you know, some simple scripting things in GDScript, right? Like maybe some juiciness and that kind of stuff. I would say, yeah. Things I need to test a lot, I guess. Well, to test like, well, the feedback, right? Like the effects and stuff, like spawning a prefab and stuff. But like the core should be in C++, and basically, like the core of the gameplay should be in C++, so I can potentially optimize, for example, the memory that the items take, right? That's why I'm making like the inventory in C++ right now. Like one of the reasons why, even though there's like a lot of reasons. So I can basically pack up everything. Because I guess in GDScript you also don't have, well, if you want to reference something, if you want something in GDScript, it has to be an object. It has to be inheriting object, which is not going to be the case for my items, right? And what? I mean, I guess that's kind of it. I guess there's like abstraction and stuff potentially. I want to split the dependencies. Like it's cleaner to split things in modules, and in GDScript you don't really have modules. So yeah, optimization, performance, do more things. Type safety, potentially. I have my unit tests, for example. Like, I have my custom... Not threads. Where is it? Core. Wait, where is it? Tests. Wait. Oh, this Godot voxel unit tests, right? And I have my own unit tests to ensure my conversion functions are working. I can't have that in GDScript. Or maybe I can have it, but not really. It would be less clean once again, and it would be like slower, and you know. And it wouldn't be like automatic, or maybe I need like an additional plugin, that kind of stuff. Do you plan to build up the structure in C++ and call upon it through GDScript? Yeah, in some cases, yeah. I mean, as I said, like for example, like this type is not a node of a, well, it's not a node and it's not a resource, so I can't have it in GDScript. So you know, it depends on the types. But yeah, And I can basically make whatever I want. Like there are some things that I can't really do in JavaScript, like what? I'm not sure actually. But like if it's specific rendering stuff, like low level stuff, I guess it shouldn't be the case with like the inventory, except like for optimization, but yeah. Like for the inventory, I basically, thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid. Lord Cafe, Lord Cave, Lord, how should I call you? My lord. Shout out. And then, what was it? What was I saying? I don't remember. Yeah, for example, for the inventory, I plan on making the core right here, but I plan on making the visuals and like the whole controls, like the whole, add my controls and stuff, the whole UI thing in GDScript. And it's actually called, I'm actually getting inspiration from an architecture called the view model architecture, maybe model, view model, but I don't really have a view model. And the goal is basically to split all of that. So I guess in my case, I have my model that is what I do in C++. I have my view model that is going the script is going to be the script the view model is the script I'm gonna make in GDScript, and the view is basically all the buttons and horizontal boxes and that kind of stuff I'm going to use in Godot in like the scene. That's basically the plan. I mean, I'm not sure about the dependencies, but yeah. Basically, yeah, I mean, I guess that's mainly it. Like the view model should access the model, but the model should not access the view model. And then you have, well, the view model that's going to spawn the view and, update things between each other. And this is going to update the model. That makes sense. Wait a second. Maybe I should do that. We are planning on making a proper design document and plan a complete rebuild of the game we made for the GMTK Jam. Oh, nice. That makes sense. Thanks for the input. I will consider this going forward, especially since I used to learn coding with C++ over a decade ago. Oh, maybe nice to go back to it. Maybe. If you make a game in GDScript though, I'm planning in some very far future from basically including other people's games into my game. And I guess it will be simple with GDScripts. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, it's going to be in a long time anyways, so I guess it might not be for the best to talk about it right now. Just do whatever you want. Maybe a minigame version of it. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe your jam version, right? I don't know. I don't know. I guess I was planning to do that with like small games, like jam games. Because they're like my audience for jam streams. And I guess in general they're my audience, I would say. Jam version was sadly a bit incomplete. Oh, we overscarved. Oh, I see. Well, it happens. 4 days is like too little. I usually don't really, well, I don't really like 4 days jam. Like for me it's like 1 week or 2 weeks. 4 days is like so short, I can't do anything. Without crunching and stuff. And I mean, with my work, I don't really want to crunch right now. We should have just done an arcade type game. Yeah, I guess it's like the easiest thing to do. Arcade or time management. I mean, I do have, a few recommendations. I have a few documents. So, like this one, for example. I don't know if you've seen them, but like generals, roguelike games, I guess. Time management, like Overcooked, basically. Puzzle games are nice too, because you don't need like a lot of visuals and stuff usually. Contemplative games too, if you're good at making art. And this one too, I made one myself and it did work a lot. We didn't want to crunch. Yeah, understandable. Oh, I should check our rating. One sec, okay. Go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, he didn't say anything, did he? I'm talking about Lord Cafe. He just rated, but he never said anything, wait. I mean, I appreciate it still. But yeah, welcome, new people. So we have the inventory, instead of slot, is going to be a stack. So that means we have the player inventory, where we want to replace this. Set slot item, I guess. Well, we did shit. Oh, we did shit. Oh no. What was your rank? I actually don't even know how many 10k entries. So what's the worst you can have? Oh, I guess it's like 10k actually. I guess that makes sense. But we are exactly where you expected us to be. Good enough. It was all part of the plan. I knew that. You knew that. It was a plan all along. Okay, let me go here and bind methods. Okay. I mean, I guess the reason, I mean, you asked me why I was using C++, right? I guess the first reason I used it was that it was to optimize my chunks. Because since I have a Minecraft-like game, right, I want to optimize that. And I mean, obviously, I'm not going to have a different objects for like every block, right? A different instantiation for all of them, right? So yeah, that's the main reason. And then since I started, doing things in C++, then I'm continuing a little bit. But it's what got me into the C++. I guess the main reason is performance. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if we can build the full game in GDScript. Maybe we have to do in C++. What do you have to do? What is your game about? Score-wise, we ended up between lower third and middle third in the scores. Okay. Let me just do get item stack. Well. Yeah. So this is gonna be an item stack. Inventory stack. Wait. Item stack. Freestyle type game. Oh, okay. I can't say too much. And many games in the jam, like hours. Oh, and it's linked with my private identity. Oh no. Oh no. I see, I see. Too bad. But the goal is to make it public, right? So I guess you want to keep your... You don't mind your identity being public, but you mind like separating your Twitch from your itch. Maybe something like this. Exactly. Twitch could stay separate from the rest of my life as much as possible. Why is that? Is it because you're like French and you don't want people to know you're French or something like that? Like, is Twitch that much of separate? Because to me, you know, I want to keep my life like separate from, you know, Twitch and stuff, I guess, in a certain way. But, you know, if I make a game, I want to be able to advertise for it from my channel. And I guess if you keep them separate, then you can't really advertise your game much without, you know, this issue. I say with shit sometimes, and I'm outspoken politically on my Twitch, which could be legally problematic. Oh, legally. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I guess that makes sense. I guess I'm not speaking much about politics myself on my channel. Like, if I was to talk about politics, I would probably make a new channel. I'm a fox. I'm a fox. I mean, politically, there's been like some crazy shit going on, right? Notice how I'm not talking about anything specific. I made many connections and experience through content creation, so I think I will be able to advertise my game somehow. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I can just make a review and pretend like it's any other game review that I make. Oh, well, if you usually do that, then yeah, I guess. Because, I mean, content creation-wise, like, I would say it's probably better to, like, review jam games so you can, like, you know, go through a lot of them. Or, like, real games, like, big games, let's say, right? With, like, a lot of success. I mean, I guess it depends. I don't know. Wait, do you have... I haven't seen your YouTube channel, I think. Or you... Wait, YouTube. Yeah, I guess you're not making a lot of videos. Wait. Exactly, I made a couple small and big reviews. Okay, and squeezing my own in some day. It's gonna be easy. Oh, wait, actually, live. Oh, wait, there's no live, never mind. Sadly, I can send you a review. I mean, if you want. I was just checking, but you don't have the VODs, right? Do you? I guess no. Wait. This one. Older but still a game review.
Hello everyone.
Oh! Oh, it's a short. Oh! Wait, how many shorts do you have? Wait, let me check that. Okay, never mind. Wait. Is that the same? Core Keeper. Is it? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Are we going to watch that? Do I have permission? Are you going to copyright me? Wait. I have to remove the... I have too many tabs open. Okay, let's do that. Oh, C++ in Godot? Yeah! Can watch it on stream. Okay, let's do that. Let's go. Are you ready? Oh.
Game review. This game is...
Whoa, what happened? You know what? Let's use incognito mode, just in case.
Hello everyone. Game review. This game
Okay, is it too loud?
is named Core Keeper, and you can play it with up to 7 of your friends. It just came out a few months ago, and while it is still in early access, it offers a wide variety of features. There's a lot to discover, and much more to come. You can walk, run, dash, swing a sword, and stabbity stab with a knife. Fight slimes, hit slimes, stab slimes, and get to like slimes. Love slimes, adopt slimes, build them a room, and treat them like your own child slimes. Even though they keep attacking you, oh well, that's puberty. Then you go back to work. Mine all day, build and craft a base, make a fishing rod, catch creepy fish, and cook up a fresh fillet for your slime daughter. She doesn't like it. Then you go back to the mine, melt the ore, craft a hoe, and start a life as a farmer.
Craft
Selling
a hoe.
vegetables to make a living. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Your slime daughter starts hanging out with the wrong cavelings, taking mushrooms and destroying public property. She's changed, but you still love her. Then one day, she comes to you, crying. Her abusive boyfriend slime has hurt her. It is time to get revenge. Take up your arms, and for her, you must fight. Hello!
So from what I've learned, if you don't get any hoes, just craft a hoe. Is that it? Yeah, he gave some good reasons for it. I might switch to it too. Can you then deploy on web, or does C++ have the same issues as C# that you can't deploy to web? You can't deploy to web because it's like a compiled language. So like by definition, I mean, actually, never mind. I mean, technically you can make your own thing. That's the real thing, because basically every engine that exports anything onto the web, let me just put back my music right there. Every engine that is exporting to the web is basically using something called so Unity is like IL to CPP to convert C# to C++. And then you have from C++ to WebGL. I don't remember. C++ to WebGL. But I guess you can technically export it to WebGL with mscripten. That's the one used by everyone, I think. And as long as you keep it compatible, I guess, then it's good. Can I? Wait. Ducks. Basically, you can convert it with this, but you need like your custom thing though. You have to make things yourself, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure because Godot has like a lot of C++ classes and stuff. So maybe it's just trivial. Maybe it's just trivial. Twitch, okay. But in my case, I can't export to WebGL anyways because I have my own custom render pipeline where I'm using things that are not compatible. very true. I moved to Unity because of this, because I was thinking if I deploy to each with web builds, I'd get more players and thus more chances of getting early validation. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you can use GDScript too, right, with Godot? But I guess you wanted like a language that was safe. Well, type safe. Yep, okay. I mean, technically, if you want that with Godot, you know, you have like C# that I don't think is compatible enough anymore with like WebGL. But you can basically re-implement this. And I mean, for C++, you know, with mscriptm, like basically Godot has a lot of C++ classes, and they are compatible with WebGL. So you should be able to do that with Godot. It just depends on what you do, I guess. As long as you prevent pointers, probably, that kind of stuff. I mean, pointers is fine, actually, because you have like pointers to nodes and stuff, right? So... Godot, C++, WebGL. And WebAssembly. Oh, it's WebAssembly. Wait, what? Yeah, but C++ requires static compilation for the web. And you need a specific compilation step. Using mscriptm. So yeah, it's like the same thing I was talking about. Okay, got it. And yeah, as long as you compile that with mscriptm, then it's good. It should be good. Go to CPP template. Compiling for web. GD extension. Building the editor. I mean, I'm not sure, but yeah, I guess that's it. I think there may be better ways to get the same results without switching engine. I was running it with C#, but I wasn't smart enough to get the WebGL build running myself. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, that's time consuming, right? So yeah, I mean, I understand. 4.x had issues with WebGL. 3.x does work with WebGL. Yeah. Says in the requirements mscriptm. Yeah, mscriptm, but that's not a problem. Right? Well, I mean, yeah, maybe yeah, never mind. I mean, there's like some delay. My apologies. But yeah. It's probably already in the engine. Like mscriptm is probably already in the engine because it's already doing that with this. Maybe not mscriptm, but it would be just compiling. Well, I'm not sure actually. I haven't used it myself. Maybe it's like some external tool, but it shouldn't be too complex. Because Godot is relatively independent, right? And you use that with like everything. I just want to check introducing, getting started, compiling. I mean, if you can build Godot with mscriptm, then, you know, for like each new version, then if you make a module in the engine, then it should basically by default be like converted, right? I don't think they're like doing like adding specific things with each new version just for WebGL. Yeah, it's basically this, right? Is it? Wait. I don't know. Well, anyways, I guess I would have to look into it a bit more. And get more players and thus more chances of getting early validation. Oh, I meant that there is better ways for more players than switching engines. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess there's like multiple reasons, right? Right, like he wanted like type validation. I guess that's the reason he switched engines. Well, he wanted both, I guess. And he wasn't really sure about C++, I guess. Each passing with an exe, I tried that and failed hard. Yeah, it's like a bad idea. In any case, you need WebGL for jams. To each, well, on each. Nobody played, yeah. Or like you need to advertise and stuff, I guess, but yeah. Maybe if like the community knows you. There is more to publishing a game than just putting a game on any game platform. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what I was saying too with like, you know, you have to advertise, like for example with game jams, you want to go to a specific streamer and have him play the game. And if that streamer is called Proxy, then your game is going to get a lot of views and people might try it, right? That kind of stuff. Mm. 100%, but I proceed both X's and WebGL builds. My WebGL builds easily get 100 plus plays. Yeah. Well, my exe. I mean, if you have both, of course they're not going to get any plays, because why take the exe when you can play WebGL? Like, it's not a fair comparison. You need to only have your game as an exe if you want to really see how it is. But if you got no marketing, then you are just comparing exe and WebGL. Not even that, because if you have both for the same game, then obviously people are going to take WebGL. You need like a game. Well, you need a game that in one case is only WebGL and in one case is only exe, and it wouldn't even like the comparison wouldn't even work well because there would be different games. So the reason for the comparison, well, the reason for the results to be different might also be because one game is more fun than the other. So you would have to make multiple games and stuff. But in any case, anyway, I do think WebGL builds get played more by Discovery, but there's also, you know, joining the Discord server and that kind of stuff. And like having a good presentation, I think is maybe one of the most important things. Like if you don't have any screenshots, for example, no one is going to download your exe game. That might be a virus. Exe has more barrier of entry too. Yeah. So early alpha testing, WebGL seems like the smart route for me. So I swapped off Godot to Unity because my C# can deploy as exe and WebGL. Good enough. Because I want early alpha playtesting. What I'm saying, if you're making games, you should be spending at least 10% of your total time with marketing. I guess, okay, technically, can you say that I'm spending 100% of my time marketing? Because I'm streaming at the same time. It's like bad marketing, but I guess it works in some way. 100% agreed. Marketing is important. Yeah. Maybe you could find early players in a more narrow scope. like building a community and marketing will also get you early access to playtesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the reason I'm streaming and stuff, right? And I'm linking my channel with my game programming because I want to create like some kind of community I can talk with and, you know, just get feedback on the game with. Is it English? I guess. You know what? Good enough. I'm just gonna have this. Proxy, clearly you just want a first set of players that guaranteed buy your game. How did you know that? Oh no! He got me! I mean, I guess, I wouldn't be against that. But well. I wouldn't really... I don't really know if it's like the right thing. Classic indie devs setting their game price at 30 euros. No, it's like 200 euros. So if I have guaranteed, people that buy my game, then I can become rich. Well, it's actually 1 million. It's actually 1 million euros it's gonna be. Okay, let's have the inventory like this, okay? Bind methods. Let's do this one. And we're going to expose to GD scripts. Boom. My wealth ain't even close to 1 million. Then it's gonna be a gacha. Like, to buy my game, you're gonna spin a wheel. And the wheel again. And if you win, you have the game. And everyone can everyone can participate. I like gambling. Maybe think about it. Because it's not supposed to be gambling. It's not gambling because it's in-stream currency. And you can't convert it back to money. So it's not illegal. It's channel points. And maybe you can buy channel points with money, right? But it's not gambling because it doesn't involve... Well, it doesn't involve real money, right? It's like legally it's not gambling, right? I would never actually gamble. But it's very fun in games. Yeah, I actually gambled like one time. I mean, gambling is like illegal in Japan, but technically, you have like some things that are not very gambling, right? Like you have the crane machines. How do you crane machines, right? Oh wait, if I show those, is Twitch going to be mad at me and YouTube? But I'm talking about this, right? And there's also in Japan, there's a lot of slots. There's a lot of slot machines. Technically, right? Welcome. Twitch is always mad at you. I don't know. I'm not big enough for that. Maybe I hope. Or maybe... I think Twitch can be mad at people for things they say. But I think there's probably a bot that's trying to understand what you say and is reporting you based on that. But if I have a French accent, is it really going to understand me? I don't know. I wish Twitch was mad at me. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I never say that. Wait, it doesn't... Huh? Bind method. It's a resource though. Oh, with this? Well, oh, it's a property, never mind. Okay, so let's have functions instead. And it's gonna be those functions. So we have a get, a set. Oh, I need to include this, never mind. Class DB, right. Class database. Wait, not there. Boom. How do you report streamers asking for a friend? No, I have no idea. I have no idea. I will be quite honest with you. Twitch is not really running a harsh bot that checks what you say. But if you stream on TikTok, you will get banned for making a half a sentence long joke. Oh no. I was banned 3 times on TikTok live for saying the wrong order of words. Oh no. I mean, I'm not streaming on TikTok. Is it worth it streaming on TikTok? I've been told that it could improve like, you know, like discoverability. Okay, it's a long word, but discoverability, right? Like this thing. Nope. Okay. Because I'm like streaming programming contents like most of the times, right? So I don't think TikTok people would really stay around. Discovery, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but not really worth it. Got it. Yeah, why is it not? Wait. Wait a second. Oh! Okay. I get it. Like this. Good. So let's just copy a few more things. Then we have this. Wait, is that the same? No, that's like the input. So we have we have 2 inputs. Start index and item. And we have this. Then we have the amount with this, dot index and the amount. And then we have the get. This, and this one. Boom, here we go. So now it should be in GD script. And that should be all I need, really. So let's just restart the engine. Can't even make a single person out of 100 people click on a link, even if I specifically ask them to. I see. Wow, yeah, I see. 100 people. Whoa, you have like a lot of users. That's crazy. But yeah. Maybe they count views differently too. Like, you know how Facebook and YouTube count views differently. That kind of stuff. Yeah, it's gonna take some time to compile. That's the problem with C++. That's why I wouldn't recommend using C++ for game jams. Yeah, TikTok viewers only go to do things that are super easy, or that they personally already want to do. Can't easily motivate people without manipulating behavior. I mean, manipulating. What is manipulating? Right? Like, is advertisement manipulation? In a way, well, in some way you can say it is, right? But in some of the way, it's just marketing, right? What is manipulating? You just have to give them something they want really much, right? TikTok creators are doing very specific manipulation strategies. Oh, I see. Oh, like the wheel. No, hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess TikTok, maybe, I don't know a lot about TikTok, but I think there's like the drop away, wait, the giveaways, right? Yeah, the giveaways. Anything to drive up their engagement. The most easy to understand is the intentional typo in the caption. Yeah. Wait, what's Oh, it's because it's a proxy, right? Right. Right. Okay, I'm gonna have a GD version, probably. Do I? Do I want that? But they now have very complex manipulations too. No! Okay, let me do... It's not good, but let's do that. I mean, technically, instead of an integer, it's how do you call this again? It's an opaque pointer, and in Godot, this is render pipeline. Or ID. It's a or ID. I guess it's a or ID. Technically, right? Well, technically it's a or ID, but I'm encapsulating it in C++ for yeah, okay, let's have this. Maybe. I mean, I'm not sure. Or ID. Okay, this is a or ID. I'm changing how things work from now on. So GD gets... Is it? Well, yeah. And then we have the set. That's going to take the or ID. So this is gonna be protected, or like private, I guess. Because I only want to call this from GD scripts. Boom. Okay, okay. So now this is mainly good. Is it? To or ID. Yeah, that makes sense. So now I have the return get slot item from the slot index. And I'm just going to create the or ID from this, maybe. Like from you in 64. But yeah, I mean, if you have like more complex techniques in mind, like I'm very curious about it. Not to like use them or anything, no. Just to, I mean, I like learning. I don't know a lot about that. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not good at manipulation, you know. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not trying to manipulate you right now. I'm just, you know, I'm just saying, just spitting facts, right? No, but yeah. Inventory item proxy. Mm. I guess it has to be public, kind of. So we can have this. And I guess I can convert directly from... Yeah, let's actually do that. Let's actually just have our ID operator. Wait, what is it? What is it again? It's something like this. Operator or ID. Like this. And you... Oh, that's it. So you return our ID from uint64, item ID. And that means I can have this private. Okay. This is constant. That makes sense. And yeah. So now, instead of doing this, I can basically just return. And it's an implicit conversion. And if I want an equal, then it's something like this operator equal or ID. And I do item ID equals or ID dot get ID. I mean, okay, it can be an unsigned integer. I mean, it doesn't change anything. Okay. I mean, it might cut some stuff, but anyways, let's skip this. And now we can basically assign. What about... I guess we also have the constructor. Yeah, no, never mind. We're not gonna have a constructor for this one. Just the default one. Hey, Granicus, hello, welcome. Wait, why am I doing the same thing like 3 times? Wait a second. Oh, it's GD. Right. The amount. Okay, this is good. What's up? What are you working on? You wanna see, huh? You know what? I'm going to open the game and I'm gonna show you. Like, directly. And if you have any question, you know, please just ask. In the meantime, I'm just going to call... I hope it's not going to... Well, I hope it's going to compile. Shit! Wait, what? Oh, right. No, I get it. That's my fault. It's GD set item. And GD gets slot item. Oh, what was that? Something like this. But I'm basically working on some Minecraft clone, you can say. That would be the easiest explanation. Wait, you're in Japan? Are you single? Do you want single people living around your region? Yeah, I'm single. I'm in Japan. Right, I forgot this. Ah! Okay, that should be like the only... like the last problem. But yeah, why? Yo, did the inventory come to a conclusion? Yeah, it did. It did. Haha, the classic foreigner trying to read. No, it's not because of that. I mean, basically, I moved here for like a research, like in a collaboration, like with a partnership with my college, and then I got to work. I got a job, and yeah, I mean, I like my job, so I'm staying. It doesn't really have to do. It actually doesn't have to do with women. It has to do with programming. Crazy, right? Oh, so yeah, Granicus, are you still here? Granicus, look at this. I thought you were gonna say it has to do with men. Oh, I don't have a chat, right? I was gonna write, we men. But yeah, basically I have this kind of Minecraft game where I can place cubes, break them, and it's a donut. So I can technically just run around the donut. And I will find back my stuff, right? It's a donut. That's a game, and I'm making the inventory right now. What did you end up doing for the inventory? Okay. So basically, for the inventory, so many tabs. This is the final ID. For one pocket. But basically, the player has an extra inventory pocket. At any time, you can place items there, but you can't retrieve them from there. Okay? The only way to retrieve those items is to go back to one of your homes. You can only access stored items from a home that has been made before the items were stored. And when you die, any player can take up to 5 of your extra pocket items max. Like technically it's like X because I don't know how many it's gonna be. Maybe I'm going to have to, change that, but for now it's 5. And the reason for that is so you can't abuse death to get back your items. And, so other people can still steal from you. It's like the other reason. And yeah, we have the donut. Woo! Oh, wait, Vial. Actually, never mind. Where did you end up? Well, never mind, yeah. Anyways, and yeah, this is basically using my custom render pipeline, my custom collisions. So I guess that's like another reason to use C++ for performance for custom collisions. Because like there's like a collision right there, right? And it's like custom. Like it's my code. Like, okay, this physics is like a bit slippery, but it's like a different thing. How relevant is the extra pockets? Do you have restricted inventory space? No, you don't. You don't. So you can explore as much as you want. That's the goal. Then the extra pocket is only a risk. No, because it goes back to your home. Like you can save up time. I mean, it's a risk, but you can save up time. Like instead of, well, if you die, all your items drop. Well, basically, yeah. So it's a risk. But at the same time, like if you want to go mining, you only want your hours at the end of your mining session, right? Like if you mine a lot, or like if you want to gather wood to build something, you want to get a lot of wood, but yeah, that's it. So you can like stay in the forest to gather all the wood you want, and then go back home instead of like going one way then the other, you know, then going back to get some wood, then having to go back to put it in your chest, that kind of stuff. It saves up time. The pocket is a risk compromise. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Ooh. Custom raycast, you can say. Woo!